Hey everybody, just got a tiny little bit of extra setup to do, and that's it. It's done. So let's get right into it. NES Pinball. We've played this a couple of times on stream before, but those were always kind of impromptu, like, hey, I'm so sleepy, I'm about to fall asleep on stream, let me play something simple. Or I'm having complex conversations that I'm enjoying a lot, but I want to keep gameplay going, so let's pop in something simple. There we go. But this is the first scheduled appearance of NES Pinball. And it's funny, and so it's the first time that I'm actually going to have any level of UI going on. UI, I mean, like, you know, having the box art on screen. Hey, Mindscan. Hey, Tony-san. Oh, you're Starman. All right. Yeah, thanks for dropping in. This is the earliest stream I've done in a long time. When I do afternoon streams, it's usually like maybe 3 or 4, but then I'd start a little earlier. And because this is adapted from a layout I made on the fly in the middle of a stream. I'm impressed I was able to do it without crashing OBS or something crazy like that. Because I didn't have box art ready, because I just sort of decided on the spur of the moment, I need a game I can play without, sorry, I just want to, there we go. Yeah, my box art is like a pixel off, and it bugs me, and I just noticed that. Alright. And I adjusted my camera a little bit before I started, because I used to have my camera set up. I'll go a little, okay. Over here is my consoles and stuff. It's not set up so that they're on frame properly. I'm playing on the Wii U here. But I used to have it set up so that the little table that I keep my consoles on would be on screen. And when I had that camera angle, my camera was kind of set up to the side. And in my layout, it was looking like as though I were looking away from where the gameplay is going to appear. Actually, let me adjust the chat. Chat's a little tiny. There we go. Pinball, I feel like, well, the black box NES games in general, but Pinball is one of those games where, well, really all those early NES games, especially like the arcade ports like Popeye, or, you know, Clue Land. I don't think that was an arcade port. It did appear in arcades later. Or at the same time. Not exactly sure. But all those really early, that first wave of NES games, and especially the first wave of Famicom games, definitely felt like, okay, this is kind of just what Atari 2600 or 5200 was doing. Or what the, you know, the Intellivision or the ColecoVision were doing, but just kind of excuse me, I didn't press start. No wonder I couldn't control anything. Yeah, it really just felt like, okay, this is going to be more of a simplistic kind of system, but just with a little better, sharper graphics maybe. And then we started getting increasingly complex and more ambitious games, kind of culminating in Super Mario Brothers maybe, which to a certain extent kind of changed the scope and scale of Famicom or games, even though for the North America we got Super Mario Brothers so extremely early on in the NES's lifespan that it's practically considered a launch game, even though it actually technically wasn't. And famously, the launch date for Super Mario Brothers, the actual North American release date, is lost to history. We now believe that there's no particular day it launched on. They just shipped it out, and retailers sold it when they got it. Yeah, I was, when I got into NES, well, I played NES in like the early 90s, you know, at friends' houses and relatives' houses. It wasn't until like the very late 90s that I got into it myself. My first NES, actually my neighbor was moving, and they were just throwing out stuff they didn't want to take, and the NES was just sitting in the garbage, and they said I could have it. Because there's nothing special. Like, NES then is kind of what PS3 is now, maybe, or PS2 is being collected for a little bit, but just where it's just old, but not really valued at all, or just considered just obsolete, and why would anyone want to play this? So I would just ask my friends, like, hey, can I have your NES games? They're like, yeah, sure. And that's how I got a lot of my early NES stuff. But yeah, this is a really fun game. Satoru Iwata did a lot of work on this game. I think he was working. He might have been working as a third-party contractor at the time that was working to just sort of help this game along because it was having development problems. But I love these simple 8-bit home console pinball games, like the Famicom. Famicom or NES Pinball here. Another one I like a lot is the Intellivision's pinball game. And Atari had some cool pinball game. They had one pinball game that they released as a cartridge for the VCS or 2600. There was another pinball game that, oh, by the way, the top score there is my actual personal high score, so I'm going to see if I can beat that. I probably have a higher score saved on my Wii Virtual Console copy, but I don't have my Wii handy, and the Wii U outputs native HD. I do have the Ghana adapter, which I haven't tested with my Elgato yet, but it should work fine. I've known of people to use the Elgato HD 60S with the Ghana adapter and the original Wii with no problems, so I don't expect to have any problems. Yeah, it's a good, yeah, like those early pinball games, well, especially, let me think, what am I trying to say? Like Intellivision Pinball I like a lot. I have that on my Intellivision Flashback, which unfortunately is not HD. It's only in standard def. I mean, at the time I got the Intellivision Flashback, it was good that it wasn't in HD, because I didn't have an HD TV until 2017. Well, actually, early 2018 is when I finally got an HD TV, I think. It was either very late, it was like December 2017. Well, excuse me, I had an HD TV, I just didn't have any space to set it up, so I had it for a couple of years just sitting in the box. And I finally moved away to where I'm at now is when I was able to set the TV up. That's not the TV I'm playing on now, though. I just have 2 monitors on a table. I should make a layout that has, so I could quickly show off my setup if it comes up, so people have a sense of what I'm playing on and what I'm looking at as I'm playing. One of my lights is like a reading lamp, an LED reading lamp with a lot of different light settings. Then the other lamp I only got about 10 streams ago, maybe. It was like it wasn't so long ago, but it was a lamp that came with like a set. Shucks, I dropped her. I didn't realize I was doing that good. I usually don't last that long in the bonus round, so I wasn't really ready to catch Pauline. Yeah, I was actually. Yeah, I missed Pauline because I was in the zone and doing so well at the bonus round. Because usually, just the way the ball launches into the bonus round, you often lose the ball almost right away anyway. Yeah, but I just love the aesthetics of the Intellivision pinball, as well as this one. Just the blue, the green, the hot pink colors, along with the black background. It gives kind of the feeling of being in like it gives the feeling of a very early pinball machine. Before, a lot of the greatest pinball tables of all time are licensed properties, of course, like Addams Family, it's a famous one, Star Wars, the KISS pinball table. Oh wow, we beat our high score. We beat our we're in PB territory right now, at least for this version of the game on the Wii U Virtual Console. I did go ahead and download the Arcade Archives version of pinball on the Switch, because there was a home console. Well, there was a arcade release of pinball. I think it might have only been out in Japan, and it was never available on the home consoles in any way, shape, or form until Arcade Archives. So I went ahead and downloaded that, and when I'm playing Switch, maybe I'll use it's funny because you always call this game NES Pinball, right? That's kind of what people refer to it as, because the actual official title is simply Pinball, with no subtitle or anything. But if it's the arcade version, then it's not really NES Pinball anymore, is it? What would I call it if I was streaming? How would I describe it? NES Arcade Pinball? Or Arcade Archives Nintendo Pinball? I'm playing this on my my Wii U here. You could just barely see it. My table that I keep my consoles on is a little out of frame. But hey, Serial Walrus, how you doing? Yeah, that was fun, and being in Yeah, it just feels like just a few hours ago we were in Kyle's stream, and now we're, you know. Yeah, what was Kyle playing last night? He was playing Mario Kart DS, which is a game I have not played since maybe 2007 at the absolute latest. So my blindness a bit is spoiled for it, but not seriously so. It's not the kind of game where, you know, there's a lot to spoil, so to speak. I know, looking at Kyle do the mission modes for the first time, since I haven't touched the mission modes since I first played them, I forgot that the golem boss from Mario 64 was in there, or that ice bully thing that they made. I forgot those characters were even in as bosses in the challenge mode. Yeah, so let's see. What have we got? Yeah, so we're playing NES Pinball. We're gonna play Klonoa Empire of Dreams a little later. Yeah, what I was getting at, this table, the sort of no frills nature of the table kind of harkens back to those earlier days of pinball tables, when it wasn't so much about licensed theming, it was just sort of about just having a fun table with good obstacles and well designed that are, you know, just fun to play with. Those earlier, maybe 40s or 50s pinball tables, back when pinball was often banned in many major cities, because some, you know, it was like, it's always something, because they try to ban pool tables, then they banned pinball tables, then they banned arcade machines. There's this hilarious video that Pete was watching, and there was like they're on this town like board meeting where they were having a meeting to ban arcade machines from the town, and people are like, oh, grandmothers have a right to do their laundry without a bunch of kids playing arcade machines. You know, I'm like, oh, please. Yeah, like, yeah, this feels like one of those earlier pinball machines. Yeah, because some jurisdictions actually considered pinball tables a form of slot machine. And some early slot machines actually got around the gambling laws by pretending to be pinball tables, which didn't help much. Like, for example, there was like a lot of older pinball, a lot of older slot machines. These are the all mechanical slot machines. There used to be something that you just see in drugstores. You think of them now as, like, you know, as something you'd find in a casino, right? But a lot of the early pinball machines, you'd just find them in a drugstore or a soda fountain, just like how you'd find, you know, a gumball machine or something like that. And how some of these slot machines got around the gambling laws was that if you got a winning combination on your slot results on the spinning wheels, you then have to pull a plunger and launch a ball to hit a target, and then you'd get your prize. But it was often set up in a way that it was impossible to miss. You just pulled the plunger and get it, but say like, oh, it's a pinball machine. It's a game of skill, so it's not a gambling technically. Yeah, like pachinko. Well, pachinko, the machines, I know, like, the thing with pachinko was that you'd win your balls, right? And then, well, you'd buy a tray of balls, you'd play the pachinko machine, and hopefully get more balls than you started with. And then you'd cash the balls in for, like, a prize, like a pack of tissues or a chintzy little doll or something. And then you'd go around to the back of the building. There'd be, like, a little hole in the wall. You'd put the prize in, and depending on the prize you put in, you'd get a certain amount of money back. And that's how they got around the gambling laws there. Now, but one of my favorites was, a lot of times there were slot machines. One way they'd get around the gambling laws is, okay, if it's a game of chance, right? You put in your silver dime or silver quarter or silver half dollar or a silver whole dollar if you're a big roller. And what you would do is the machine, you'd play and you'd pull the lever, the wheels would spin, and if it stopped on a winning result, you'd get your prize, right? And like, oh, that's gambling, because you don't know whether or not you're going to win. So it's a game of chance. It breaks the gambling laws. So they invented slot machines that tell you in advance if you're going to win or not. So they'd be a little readout, a little metal plate above the machine, and they'd be a little rolling thing like an odometer wheel that would be between 1 and 9 or whatever. And it would say, and also one other thing they would do is they'd pretend to be candy machines, which is actually how we have the cherries, the plums, and so forth, is because those are supposed to represent different flavors of fruit flavored candy, or they'd have like breath mints in the machine or something like that. Because originally those reels would show different cards, and the idea was it would start off. The earliest slot machines had like 5 cards, and it was like playing a hand of poker, and the 5 slot results would represent a hand of poker, whether you won or not. Then they replaced them with pictures of fruit to represent candy flavors. I had Windows XP. I swear it never had the pinball machine in it, the pinball game in it, and so I never actually played it. Well, I played it at friends' houses, but I just never had it on my copy. I mean, maybe my copy wasn't legitimate, so it didn't have certain freeware that was normally included with a copy of Windows. And so with these slot machines, it would say, like, here is what you're getting for your dime. When you put a dime in this machine, you'll receive a pack of mints and blank game tokens. And the number of it would say the number of game tokens. So you'd put in your quarter, or you'd put in your coin, you'd play, and if you won, the sign would say, when you put in your coin, you'll receive a pack of breath mints and 5 game tokens. So then you'd have to play the game again, and when you played the game the next time, that's when you'd get the payout. Because it told you in advance what you're going to get, then it's technically not gambling. Yeah, it's probably better that I didn't have the pinball game on there. I probably... Oh, shucks. Didn't quite. Now, let's see if we could beat the 70,000 score, because we've gotten about halfway through the pinball section of the stream. Now, if I have to adjust the sound effects, or if the game is too loud or too quiet, let me know and I'll adjust it a bit. But it should be pretty alright. Well, the idea was, like, if you lost, you'd either stop playing, or you'd just play again. And try to win. Because no one would actually... It was a conceit. Like, you basically... You're not going to walk away from the machine when it says that you've got a winning combination. So, but for legal purposes, it says, oh, you're going to get a pack of mints and blank game tokens. That's how, another way they'd win, they'd tell you. They'd get around the gambling laws. If you always get something, then it's not gambling. Because if you always know you're going to get a piece of candy every time you play, then you technically can't say it's gambling or something like that. Oh, my audio's perfect? Okay, cool. Yeah, so when I got... Oh, yeah, I never finished this story. Aside from the stuff that comes in the alerts when you start the chat, another guideline, if I'm ever talking about a particular subject, and in the course of conversation I segue off of that and talk about something else, you can remind me of that and I'll get back to it. Because it's not that I didn't like talking about that, it's just that one conversation ends up bleeding into another, usually. But, I remember, we were playing, my era was more like the post-Super Mario Brothers. A lot of the later stuff where the game's more complex. The much earlier, sort of more arcade-like games, like the Black Box era stuff. I mean, Super Mario Brothers is Black Box era, but a lot of that stuff I didn't discover till later on, where there was a period in, 2004 or 5-ish. What I would do is I'd download a ROM of a game, like Pinball. That's how I discovered Pinball. I'd play it for, just a minute or two to make sure it was decent. And if I liked it, then I'd buy it on eBay. I mean, if I saw these games, in the flea markets and the pawn shops and stuff like that I was buying NES games from, it was typically later era NES games. So, I remember, where I got my... that's where I got... It's an interesting story, because I got my first NES from my friend's garbage. I brought it home. At the time, my parents didn't let me keep it, so I had to give it to a friend who never plugged it in or anything. And I never even got to play it. I took it home, my parents said I couldn't have it, so I gave it to my friend. And their family and my family, we were in the same neighborhood, we were close. Then in, 1999, I think, I was in a flea market with my mom in Coney Island on Surf Avenue. And these are mostly gone now, but they used to be these indoor flea markets. And it was kind of like there were this one complex. It was kind of dug in a trench in the ground, right? And it was like it was almost like a post-apocalyptic like marketplace, like that was built underground or something like that. It was just this, like, you have these string lights, like, you know those lights they have in like mines that are like a string of lights, and the light, it's a bare light bulb in kind of a metal cage to prevent it from breaking on things. It was the string lights like those. They were very dim and dingy. And there are just these little, really makeshift, ramshackled stalls selling old magazines, old electronics. And I wish they're gone now. I wish I wish I'd been able to take photos of this place, and you'd see all these different vendors. And the cool thing about these vendors, most of them would guarantee anything. Like, I remember once there was an NES that had a literal beehive in it, and they would guarantee it. And I did. If I bought NES games and it didn't work, I just bring it back and exchange it, no problem. But and this was like 99, 2000, so okay, it's 2020 now. So that would be like talking about think about what games were coming out in like 2010-ish. Like what? Zelda Skyward Sword, I think that was 2011. Epic Mickey, Kirby's Epic Yarn. So like NES was as old, it was as out of date then as out of date as like the Wii is now. Probably not even that old technically. Because I remember playing Kirby's Adventure in like 2000 and being, man, this game is so old. This game is from 1993. Meanwhile, that would be like playing a game from 2013 now, which is really scary to think about. And what happened was I saw a copy of Super Mario Brothers / Duck Hunt. And at the time I was reading Game Over by David Sheff. And the book, a lot of the anecdotal stories in that book are somewhat discredited nowadays. But at the time, that was one of the first game history books you can get that told a lot of behind the scenes information about the running of Nintendo and stuff like that. It was a Nintendo's focus book. It was somewhat like Console Wars, but except for instead of being from Sega's point of view, it was from Nintendo's point of view. And I'm like, I'm reading. I was always interested in old video games. I was always fascinated by it. And in an age before you could just look online and see and hear what these games were like in YouTube videos, even though Atari in like the early 90s when I'm first hearing about them was not nearly as old now as systems that we still consider not even retro yet are today, it kind of felt like, these old systems like the Atari 2600, the Intellivision, the Vectrex, you couldn't see what those games were like. You'd hear about them. Maybe in a magazine you'd see pictures of the systems, but they kind of had a legendary status. I was always interested in the things I was interested in, I was always interested in how they started. I like trains. I grew up in New York City. We had electric subway trains. I wanted to know what the first railroads were like. We used to go to Coney Island with my parents, with the amusement parks. I wanted to know the history of Coney Island. I remember being like literally 3 or 4 years old, getting my mom to record me videotapes on PBS about Coney Island and the original theme parks in 1910, 1920 era. So I was always big into history. So when I was first interested in video games, I wanted to know, how did this start? Where did these games start from? So my parents would tell me about Atari and Pac-Man. And so it kind of had a legendary status to me. And I'm like, I love Nintendo. I love games. I want to play these early games for myself, because the earliest Nintendo system I had at the time was the Game Boy. But I never played any of the home systems from that era. And I never owned NES or Super NES. So I saw a copy of Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt. At that time, I was receiving an allowance. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to spend my allowance money on this game. And I didn't even have an NES yet. I just bought the cartridge there. And I'm like, the next NES I see, I'm going to get it. And I got the NES. And I took it home. I got all the cables for it. I took it home. It didn't work. And so what do? I have a Nintendo Entertainment System. It doesn't work. I call Nintendo. And I call Nintendo consumer support, 1-800-255-3700, and say, hey, my NES is broken. And they're like, okay, here's the nearest authorized repair center. And I took my NES there, and they shipped it to Nintendo for me. I was probably one of the last people. I think I got it serviced, my NES serviced twice, once in '99, then another time in 2001. I think I was one of the last people to get their NES actually serviced by Nintendo of America. And when they sent it back, they sent a bunch of extra stuff with it. They sent like a cleaning kit. They sent posters, like NES-era posters and stuff. And there were, I think that the people at Nintendo of America were just thrilled that someone was having their NES repaired. So they just sent as much material. It's a shame to have to interrupt this hype music, but it's time to play some pinball. Alright, we're just gonna, hold on. Alright, just get these timers started. We're going to, how long are we gonna play pinball? Let's start, let's see how we feel after 32 minutes. Because I feel really good about improving our high score. Now, last time, I have to look at this here in my doc. I started at 596th place on the global online leaderboards for this game, and by the time we stopped pinball, I made it down to 276th place. So I improved my ranking by 320 places. So we're at 276th place. Let's see if we can get down any further. There we go. Yes, we know how high score mode works. So if I need to adjust this at all, the volume, because I didn't change the volume during the last stream. I basically just, I really did have it set the same volume the whole time. And I didn't get a chance to really check the VOD and see how loud the sound effects in pinball were. I knew, from judging by the activity in chat, it seemed like we had the right amount of volume level. You hear my voice good, but also hear the music of the game good. Here it's more just sort of warbling and sound effects and stuff. But in a game like this, you want to definitely make sure you can hear those sound effects, especially since compared to the NES version of this game, I think the superior sound effects are one of the main draws of this particular edition. Wait a second. I have to silence my doggone phone. Yeah, I'm gonna take the L on this one. Hey, Kalaka boy, how you doing? I just realized I'm missing a value. Yeah, wasn't showing my full high score. It's making it look like I had a much lower personal high score than I really did. So we just take the L on that so I could adjust my layout. Because you cannot pause during this to make it fair. During normal... not this week, and probably not for a while. I know I'm definitely going to be sticking with Pokemon for a while. We'll see how far we can make it in there, but I feel really good about pinball, so I may... we're going to play for 32 minutes for now, but I may keep it going depending on how I feel about getting a high score. I was literally having dreams about this, so I just feel especially good that we can maybe take that high score... Well, take the high score up, and my global placing on the... down. If you get what I mean. Because when it shows you your rank compared to other people, it almost kind of takes precedence over the score, because, like, yeah, I could say I have, like, you know, so many points, but when it flat out tells me my rank compared to everyone else who's playing this game, I feel like that has more of a concrete, concrete goal to chase, as opposed to just doing flat out high scores. But that's why I set my layout up like this, so you can see the high score ranking in the range that I'm in. And then you could also see my current ranking and compared to everyone else playing. Yeah, it's just going to be yesterday and today this week. We'll see what's going on next week. I didn't really look at what's, you know, what days or what hours I may have open for streaming next week. Oh, come on. I almost got it back into the launch panel. Well, the launch canal? I don't know. I guess the launch pad? I don't know what that part of the board would be called. That part of the table, strictly speaking. There we go. Oh, yeah, bonus time. Come on. This is where you have a chance to get really big points. Last time it really trolled me because... Doggone. Yeah, last time I got Pauline to fall on my paddle, and I almost got her to the lanes where you'll get the bonus points for saving her, but the ball rolled down the out lane like maybe a frame or two before it would have rewarded me the points for it. Because that's the thing, it's very hard to keep the ball in play and rescue Pauline at the same time. Once I did it twice in one bonus round, which is pretty sweet. There we go. Oh, doggone. That's alright. Next week I may go back to pinball as my warm-up game, or I could go... I do want to finish Mario Party Advance, but it's a pain in the butt to switch consoles midstream, so we'll see what we do with that. But in about, you know, depending on how I feel, like in about 26-ish minutes, I'm gonna switch over to Pokemon Sword, because we were leveling up the first few Pokemon I caught last time. We'll see how far I can get this time. Oh, that's it. Okay, oh, so we got another ball, alright. And the funny thing about this, because the Versus System cabinets for these games were kind of generic cabinets that probably just had a joystick and an A and B button, I don't think there were no pinball-specific controls for this, so you're probably just using the joystick for the left flipper and the A button for the right flipper or something like that. That would have been kind of suboptimal for playing pinball like this. Whereas here, I'm playing with the Nintendo Switch Pro controller, and I've got my paddles on the ZL and ZR, which are not the bumpers, they're more the proper triggers with the molding on them. Beep boop. Oh, are you a robot? Raylet? Are you, what did I say? What was that meme from the first time you donated when I accidentally, like, made the chat alert replay a few times? And I'm like, oh, are you, like, Warren Buffett's, like, illegitimate heir or something like that? Like, you're taking on a... Yeah, so I'll be, we improved our placing by, like, let's see here, by, what, 320 places last time we played pinball? So I'm feeling really good about it. I was doing some practicing off stream, and then I wasn't playing it that much, but I was so into it, I guess, that at night I was dreaming a lot about it. this particular game, so we'll see, how I'm feeling, but right now I'm gonna... Yeah, like, yeah, that pool of gold coins that somehow acts as though it's a liquid when you dive into it. Like in, which is a joke people are making for years, and then finally, Family Guy actually directly lampooned it in one of their little cutaway gags. And, like, Peter, like, jumped into it and, like, broke his neck, and he's like, oh, it's not a liquid, it's a single solid mass. And that's probably the most Family Guy stuff I could quote offhand, because I don't dislike the show, I was just never that into it. And one thing I kind of noticed with Family Guy is I'd have a lot of friends, or people I just happen to be around, and they would quote things that Family Guy was referencing, like they might, like, make a joke about, like, I don't know, about, like, the Love Boat, or something like that they heard on Family Guy, but they didn't realize it was a joke about the Love Boat. They thought it was just a joke Family Guy was making, which is kind of interesting, because that means they saw the original joke, but didn't know what it was making a reference to, but still somehow thought it was funny enough to quote. So it's like doubly removed from its original context. I'm like, no, that's not a joke from Family Guy. That's a joke from a movie or television show you very clearly have no context for. Oh, I hate to lose you as a follower, Raylet. You know, you are kind of borderline royalty on the stream after you sponsored that copy of Pokemon Sword. So, you know, F, my viewer. F, our most valuable viewer. For some reason, you saying that reminded me of this episode of Alvin and the Chipmunks, not the 1960s one, the late 80s or early 90s revival. And there was some episode where I guess the Chipmunks, like the three boy ones, I guess, I forgot if they were all related. I guess they found out that some ancestor of David Seville was this rich person in, like, I guess the 18th or 19th century in England, and the name was, like, Lord Seville. And so Alvin, like, it went to Alvin's head, and he thought he was going to, like, earn an inheritance or a title or something. And the lawyer's like, oh, like, Lord Seville was never a nobleman. His first name just happened to be Lord. So it was just kind of a joke. I mean, a lot of the... I just thought of another episode of Alvin and the Chipmunks, and mind you, I have not seen Alvin and the Chipmunks since, like, maybe 95, so the fact that I'm remembering all this stuff now for the first time in that long is kind of weird. But, what was it? They entered a contest, a sweepstakes or something, and if they won, they could either get like $10,000 or a mystery prize that could be either anything from $1 million to a free lunch. And Simon built this machine. Yeah, I feel bad for every person named Gaylord. Yeah, Simon built this machine that lets him predict the future, and when they got, like, the $10,000, I guess they, like, were imagining themselves, like, living this crazy life. I guess they invested it, and it multiplied or something, and then they went into the projected future where they went for the mystery prize. Instead of getting, like, the $10 million or whatever it was, they got... they were all, like, poor and living in this slum house, and, like, Alvin was, like, permanently bedridden because he got some kind of food poisoning from the free lunch, and it was... And then they ended up winning the contest, and they called... I think it was a radio contest, And Alvin picks it up and he's like, what do you mean I sound like a kid? I am a kid, a rich kid. It's like, oh, you have to be 18 to win. And they all started crying or something. Yeah. I don't have much. The only other thing I really remember from Alvin and the Chipmunks was... Oh, there was a Little Bill episode like that. Okay. Yeah, Little Bill talked about things that aged poorly. Yeah, talk about, yeah. Yeah, I think we'll just leave it there. H question? About what? Is this about the incidents with the, I don't know, I couldn't think of something ridiculous and absurd to think of in time. But, oh, is this about the link you sent me? You're gonna utilize your knowledge of obscure 80s and 90s cartoons. Okay. Because I did, oh, I won't talk about it now because you're not even talking about that. So go ahead. I'm doing okay so far. Let's see. Oh yeah, it feels so much better being able to use my trigger fingers for the flippers because I'm using the actual right and left trigger fingers for it. Now, what would be a really crazy challenge would be if I were to invert the flippers. So, like, my right flipper triggers the... Well, my right analog trigger activates the left flipper, and vice versa. Oh, about the thing you linked to me in the Whisper? Come on. You know me. Who do you think you're talking to here? Of course I've seen that many, many years ago, and it is absolutely fantastic. And the cool thing is, like, me and my friend that I'm talking about that we watch videos together, like when we swap videos back and forth and watch them with via watch together, because she's not, like, not into Thomas or anything, and frankly I'm not either. I've basically watched more Thomas this year that we've been doing this than I have ever, just because I was just sharing all this old stuff with her. But you know that trope where a character usually child orders like X-ray goggles from a comic book only to have it arrive for them to not work? Alright, where are you going with this? Where are you going with this? There's one episode of some cartoon, and they arrive, and it's just goggles with a picture of a skeleton overlaid over the lenses. You know, I can't... That probably has happened in a few different cartoons. I know it happened with my uncle, so this must have been, like... And apparently what my uncle specifically thought was that you'd be able to see through people's clothes, and he got him, and it wasn't even like a picture of a skeleton overlaid over the lenses of some, like, gimmick glasses. It was just some empty, cheapo plastic frames with white bird feathers pinned over them, and, like, the gaps between the white feathers. Oh, but that trope, there was one episode of some cartoon they can't remember. Yeah, but I can't say, like, I can't remember in particular what cartoon. Yeah, probably not, but, you know, it's still no worse than just kids messing around. You know, it's not like he was going to, like, do something nefarious, or that something nefarious would be impossible. He's like a really little kid. You know, and you'd be like, oh, I could see your butt, or something stupid like that. You know, it's, you know, that kind of stuff that kids do, because when little kids, when they just attach themselves to things that adults find silly. Like, what? Once, years ago, I went to vote, and it was in a elementary school. And I went to the boys' room, and there was these urinals that were really, these tiny urinals low to the ground, because this was a public bathroom meant for small boys. And next to the urinal, in, like, purple crayon on the tile next to the urinal, it said, like poop butt, or something stupid like that, where it was utterly, like, harmless. It was, like, the most benign, offensive graffiti you could possibly make, but I can imagine a little kid or dad was like, I'm gonna write something bad on the wall. I'm a bad little kid. So, like, purple crayon, you wrote, like, poop butt, or something stupid like that. I just couldn't stop laughing. The only part that doesn't automatically update is where it says ranking 276th place. Other than that, everything else updates automatically. Like my high score and the list that's in that blue box that looks like it's from the Final Fantasy VII interface, that stuff updates automatically. I have to not fidget so much. I have to not hold still so I don't shake the floor and then shake cause the doggone webcam to shake. I just updated. Not only have I doggone. Alright. Hey, we got an out lane. We got a ball rescue. Cool. Yeah, not only did I just update my broadcast software, I also just updated the firmware for my capture card. And I did this maybe a half hour before I started streaming, which is kind of taking a huge risk, but everything seems to be working so far. If anything doesn't work, we're just gonna roll with it and do some real-time troubleshooting and see if we can get it all running all right. But fortunately, yeah, the mid-season upgrade. I've gotten my my Zeta Gundam for the stream. Well, it's kind of funny because even in the context of how iPhones are with planned obsolescence stuff, I haven't watched Zeta Gundam since maybe 2010 or 11 at the absolute earliest. But Camille even says something about the Gundam Mark II, which is what he starts off with. Sorry if I'm leaving all of you behind who are not mecha dorks, and I'm a very low-tier mecha nerd myself, but I have watched at least a few Gundam series, and he starts off with the Gundam Mark II, which at the time Zeta Gundam came out would have been the second Gundam ever featured in the show, but due to all these other side story OVAs and stuff they've released, it's actually like the 5th or 7th Gundam. No, they were like, yeah, originally there was just one Gundam active during the One-Year War. Now we're supposed to believe there were like 7 different RX-78 series, and then like 20 different Gundam Gundam ground types that were also operating. There was like the Gundam Mudrock, and the one called the 7th Gundam, and the Gundam Pixie. You only watched ZZ Gundam to full completion back in 2017? Huh. I watched 109. Oh, I didn't get to look at my... Hold on, we're gonna exit out here. I wanna look at my rankings. I didn't get to take a look. We're at 277th place. Oh no, we've went up a place. Someone got a slightly better score than me at some point, so we're just gonna have to update that. 277th place. Will we reclaim our spot of 276? You forgot most of it? Basically, all you have to remember is it's a bunch of weird Tom and Jerry antics at the beginning to offset the weird downer ending of Zeta Gundam. And then halfway through, in an episode that begins with an enemy threatening to, do, the Three Stooges eye poke to poke someone's eyes out, so it starts off goofy. But the end of the episode, that character ends up dying, and then from there on, it becomes a pretty straight-faced series. Yeah, Moon Moon. Moon Moon is interesting because I just find it really hard to believe that, I mean, the Universal Century is only 80 years. They've only been space colonies for about 80 years at the point of that they encounter Moon Moon, I believe. So, no, only about 90 years or something like that. So the idea that there was a space colony that was completely forgotten, was not blown up or destroyed or anything, and these people have somehow forgotten the entire humanity, the entire history of humanity in less than a century, and have gone back to, Aztec-style culture or something? Yeah, really, really pushing it. Oh, sorry, sorry, Clocker Boy, I missed, what you said about, Doraemon and One Piece. You know, I've never even watched Doraemon, I just know of the character. And all I know about One Piece is that it's been coming out weekly for, like, close to 20 years or more than 20 years, and it's relatively close to the completion of the story. One Piece is about to hit 1,000 chapters. I cannot... All I know about One Piece is that there are pirates, and there's a kid in a straw hat, and people's arms stretch, and that's about it. That's all I know about One Piece. And that they're searching for treasure or some crap. You got 5 to 7 more years, and you still haven't... Well, I mean, of course they're not going to actually find the One Piece, because if they do, then that means that the show is over. Okay. Oh, it's not episodic, huh? Okay. Come on. Oh, almost. Almost got back up onto the upper half of the table. It's not like Detective Conan? Well, I wouldn't know, because all I know about Detective Conan is that there's a franchise known as Detective Conan. That's all I can tell you about it. I cannot identify a screenshot from it if there was $1 million prize. So I guess I'm gonna have to turn in my weed card. Nope. We got all this just because you mentioned mid-season upgrade when I updated all my crap, and I'm surprised that there are not any problems with it so far. But one thing that gets me about Zeta Gundam, going from Zeta Gundam to Double Zeta Gundam, at one of the earlier episodes of Zeta Gundam, Camille says, because he's looking over the blueprints and everything for the Gundam Mark II, and he's like, oh, well, this is a very advanced mobile suit, but with the current rate of technology, it's going to be outdated in less than a year. And then about halfway through the series, like the first episode where the Zeta Gundam appears, which is like the more advanced Gundam that he uses for the rest of the series. Oh yeah, they ended up greenlighting the Char's counterattack movie, and then they wow, 30 seconds in the past you are, and yet I managed to say that at the exact moment that I saw the Char's counterattack was greenlit. Yeah, so it kind of had a strange ending there, Zeta Gundam, because it had that twist ending about, Dozel Zabi's daughter, Mineva. Yeah, Mineva was actually a body double, and the real one is somewhere else, and they really didn't follow up on that whole plotline until Gundam Unicorn. And I really only saw the first 2 episodes of Gundam Unicorn. No, excuse me. I was watching Gundam Unicorn in movie format. So I watched the first movie, and I think the second one, and that's it. Yeah, Gundam Narrative is a follow-up to Unicorn. Okay, we can... Okay, let's see if our rank improved. Online rankings. Yeah, I heard I heard about that. Hathaway's Flash is getting a movie adaptation. 200... Hey, we got 267. Hey, we improved our spot. We improved our placing by 10 points. Two, 6, 7. Hold on, gotta manually update this. 2, 6, 7. Wow, they adapted Unicorn into a 26-episode anime, because I remember, because at first I watched, I don't know, I thought the 6, okay, it was originally 6 episodes, then it turned into 26, because I remember watching the first episode, and the pacing was perfect, and then it ends right when the NTD mode activates on the Unicorn Gundam, and you see Audrey be like, it's a Gundam, or something like that, and then it cuts. But then later on, I was watching I guess it was the 26-episode version, so I wanted to watch the beginning to catch up with it, and I didn't realize that the format changed, so it's like now half-hour episodes, which means that I basically had to watch like 3 or 4 episodes of Gundam Unicorn that did not feature the actual Gundam in it. I have the first half of Turn A Gundam on DVD. I got it like years ago, like in 2017. I haven't even taken it out of, like, the boxes I used to move. I never even really unpacked it. But I remember watching like, the first 3 or... I don't think he gets the Turn 8 to, like, 4 episodes in or something silly like that. It's part of the UC 100 project. We're only as soon as them. Okay, we're gonna stop pretending F91 and V Gundam don't exist. You know what? I only just saw F91... or excuse me, F91. I always have said it F91, but it's actually F91. I watched F91 not even a year ago, like maybe 8 months ago, because someone posted illicitly to YouTube, and it was just sitting up there, because I guess Sunrise didn't care that much. And I just know it really feels like, yeah, we've definitely condensed an entire series into a single movie. Like a series that doesn't... It feels like a compilation film for a series that didn't exist. Okay. All I know... Like, F91 was so weird, because it just moved so quickly. Because I can't even follow the subplots, and there's a girl at the colony at the beginning, and it starts off with this school life thing, and then they attack... The colony gets attacked, and then... they're running around in this thing that they call a gun tank, but it has nothing to do with the gun tank from Mobile Suit Gundam. It's like a completely different thing, where instead of a tank with a mobile suit top on it, it's a tank that could turn into a mobile suit and back. Yeah, because this is before cohesive episode summaries and video clips on the internet. You thought Turn 8 Gundam was a series based around Gundams that could spin around super fast, and that was their gimmick. That's an interesting perception of what the show could have been about. I mean, the concept for Turn 8 Gundam was cool. I don't know if you actually saw it, but I know the first... it may be a descendant from that mobile suit in terms of, like, the meta lore. But in Turn 8 Gundam, I actually had to look it up because it's actually called a gun tank, but it has a totally different model number from the, I think, RX-77 that, from Mobile Suit Gundam. Yeah, it's totally different. Yeah, Sid Mead, yeah, because I think Tono specifically wanted something that looked very different from the designs that were more traditionally designed from the RX-78. We just like do something totally different. And didn't one of Sid Mead's alternative, one of his other proposals for the Turn A get turned into a different suit? Now, mind you, I only saw like the first 6 episodes of Turn A. It's a very slow-moving series, and I kind of lost interest in that, but it wasn't a bad series. I know it feels very Ghibli. It feels very much like if Studio Ghibli made a Gundam series, because there's this emphasis on early 20th century kind of technology with early biplanes and early airships and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know much about Turn A except for, you know, just what's in the first few episodes. I know eventually that there's a equivalent rival mobile suit called the Turn X that eventually gets discovered. And really that's all I know about it. And one thing I know about Reconquista in G, and I watched the first episode, and I never get to see the rest. I'm not really too concerned with seeing the rest. But the premise I heard for Reconquista in G made it seem like it was going to be something to bridge the gap between the other Gundam series and Turn A Gundam. But then what I was hearing was that Reconquista took place after Turn A Gundam, and the basic world building I'm familiar with for Turn A Gundam for Reconquista made it seem like it was specifically setting up to be a prequel for Turn A. Because apparently at one point in Turn A they mention, oh, this is where the Great Tree was once had its roots planted, and the tree went up into outer space. They mentioned something like that, and then in G Reco there's what I think they called the space umbilical cord or something, which is a space elevator. But so Yeah, wasn't there some kind of side story, like some anime-only side story for... According to Turn A, G Gundam, Gundam Wing, and Gundam X happened. I really feel like, conceptually, let's look at our online rankings. 267. You know what? I was gonna switch to Pokemon, but I'm really feeling it for pinball. So let's give another 16 minutes on this, and then we'll switch over to Pokemon. Read your double O comments. Oh, you like how the GN drives, and that there's an arms race, and eventually every major faction has access to the drives. I liked Double O a lot because it kind of takes the whole like Gundams versus the world theme of Gundam Wing, and then kind of mixes it with quasi modern day geopolitical politics. So that was kind of interesting. Are you down for more pinball? This is comfy. All right, but we'll definitely switch to we're gonna after this we'll move on to Pokemon Sword. I mean, come on, it starts off with, like, you know, it pretty much starts off with the O Gundam intervening in what's clearly, you know, a country sort of themed around, like, Afghanistan. I think in the UK version, they explicitly call the place Kurdistan, which would have been a theoretical country that would have been carved out of Iraq that was supposed to be created after World War II. But in the North American dub, I think they call it Kyrgyzstan. Guys, stop fighting. I want to talk to aliens, and if I don't, they're going to turn us into metal monsters. What is it? I saw... What was it? They had Rise of the Trailblazer on YouTube, and it was quite the slog, so I was watching in like 30-minute segments, and I got about halfway through, and then Sunrise took it down. Because, you know how Sunrise, they'll, on their Gundam official YouTube channel, they'll put up officially authorized Gundam series or movies sometimes. So I saw about half of Rise of the Trailblazer. Oh, according to Setsuna himself, he was already a Gundam. So that really isn't too much of a stretch for him. I do know that I do know some of the details of the Double O Quanta, just from reading the mecha, like, profiles and everything, so... Yeah, I know, like, Setsuna becomes a Gundam, and there's, like, a giant space flower and stuff, and Aeolia Shinberg literally thought of everything 300 years in advance, except for specifically requesting that he put bulletproof glass on his stasis chamber on the moon. He forgot to... Yeah, I remember he planned exactly for everything except for bulletproof glass for his stasis chamber. Oh, I know what you mean, Rayla. Yeah, I know what you mean. Alright, got all the cards flipped. And got to the bonus stage. We're tearing it up right now. Yeah. Well, hey, at least we wasn't able to rescue Pauline, but we did get back up to the upper board. Oh, come on, I didn't real... Alright. Got me back into the bonus stage, so I'll take what I can get. Alright. Whoa! Doggone. Yeah, Sierra is an interesting character, because I just remember... I remember reading the mecha profiles, like, for Gundam 00, like, after the first few episodes, just to keep track of them all when I was first getting into it. And I saw that the Gundams were numbered GN01, 2, 3, and 5. And because of the really secretive nature of Celestial Being, what I imagined was that they just numbered the Gundams 1, 2, 3, and 5 to mislead, like, spies or enemies that are trying to find out, like, intel on the Gundams. Because it's like when, you know, the infamous prank where you release some some chickens into a school as a senior prank, and you number them, like, 1, 2, and 4, so that they're looking for the third one. And then it turns out that Gundam number 4 is just the secret form of Gundam 5. Oh yeah, Virtue and Nodley was a cool concept. Yeah, like, yeah, I liked it. The Nodley and the trial system was a cool concept. Because if you don't know, like, one of the Gundams in 00, for those who are not Gundam and Mecha dorks, one of the Gundams has a whole ton of armor and huge, like, laser cannons on it that are powerful than any of the other ones, so it's sort of like the heavy artillery unit. And then it has, so it looks a really bulky, manly-looking Gundam, and then it has a secret mode where it sheds all its armor, and all the cables that attach the armor and lasers to the unit are attached to the head, so all of the wires look like it has long feminine hair, so it goes from looking masculine to looking feminine, and it sheds all its armor and weaponry, and in that mode it can activate what they call trial mode, where it can deactivate other Gundams. If in case there was a situation where one of the other Gundam pilots went rogue, or a Gundam got stolen. And the genius thing, I don't think they ever explicitly go over it in the show. Well, I mean, come on, there's a character, there's a character called, like, called Hallelujah Haptism, and he has an evil, like, Jekyll and Hyde alter ego called Hallelujah Baptism. You're all, I mean, and then we're dealing with robots with car fenders and samurai helmets, so we're already past the realm of taking this too seriously, so that didn't bug me too much. Alright, let's see if we improved our rankings. But what I liked about the Nodley and Virtue concept... Oh, yeah, I knew the concept... Yeah, I knew the concept of why it was called Gundam Nodley, like on like the real world sense. What I liked in terms of, like, strategically, they never explicitly say this, but because the Nodley has, like, the most lasers and most armor, and it has to shed all its armor and weaponry. Hey, 179. We got good. We did really good there. So we just improved our placing a whole lot. So we're just gonna update that. But the idea that it has to that Virtue has to shed its armor and weaponry in order to activate the trial system means that the trial system can only safely be used in a situation where another Gundam is a bigger threat than any other mobile suit around, because so that way the pilot of the Nodley would have to expose himself and be defenseless against regular mobile suits if he were to activate the trial field, if he were to go rogue and activate the trial mode to deactivate the other Gundams. Oh yeah, where he's, where Tiaria is just just suddenly is female-bodied, and it is just suddenly female-presenting. With no real, it's not really acknowledged, it's just, the character's just suddenly a female, because otherwise they're basically a genderless, like, avatar. So to go undercover, and it's like, what's the point of going undercover when no one already everyone doesn't know what you look like. Yeah, it has that weird, like arm, like the weird, like, arms thing that has, like, all the guns in it, and then it could turn into a remotely piloted. Yeah, I like how all of Tiaria's mobile suits have some kind of hidden second mode built into them. Because when I saw the design for, okay, Nodley, okay, I can understand, there's actually another Gundam underneath it. Well, not really even another Gundam, just, like, there's a hidden form beneath all the armor. When I saw Cerebi, I didn't think that there was going to be a second form for it, and then it turns out that it's hidden inside the backpack. And the backpack unfolds to become a separate Gundam. That was a really cool idea. Where the hell is everyone? What do you mean? What do you mean, where the hell is everybody? You're the star of the show, Rayleigh. You have all my attention right now, and if anyone else who's lurking wants to join in chat, they're free to do so. But my audience, who else is usually here? You're my main person typically. I mean, I have a couple of lurkers, but you're like the main person I end up talking to in chat more often than not. So, unless there's other people I really haven't noticed. All my legions of fans across the globe. I don't have legions of fans. I just have maybe one or two sociopathic obsessive stalkers, and that's not counting the general hate mob of like guys with torches and pitchforks. That just comes with the territory being someone like me. My cult following. Yeah, it just made me think of like that weird troll letter what James Rolfe read on camera with like, I think you could really be popular with the guys if hey Clackable, oh, I knew you were here. Don't take what I said as a call for anyone to participate in chat that was not doing so at the time, of course. Because simply having the stream open and having my voice and the beeps and boops of my video game in your life is more than I could ask for. Oh, Rayleigh, oh come on, I know you mean well, Rayleigh. I'm sure you mean well and don't have any nefarious intentions, but don't yeah, try not to call out the lurkers if you could avoid it. Oh yeah, it's fun talking to new people. Yeah, that's okay. Believe me, there are much worse things you could do than that. But yeah, don't worry too much about it. Yeah, Collectaboy is another one of my regs. Oh, all right. No. All right, let's see where we're at. 170. You're still at 179. You got another 4 minutes. Let's go for it. Let's see how far I can get. I wonder if I can make it to the top 100. We'll see. If I can make top 100, that would be pretty hype. I don't think there's anything along the lines of an action replay for this, but whoever, that high scores guy who has the top spot, I mean, with a name like that, you reason that he's just going around, like, dominating all these, what was it called? What is the name called? All these arcade archives on Nintendo games. Just to show off, which is perfectly legitimate, of course, but... How do I get the slot machine to stop? Because there's only one wheel still spinning. Alright. Alright, launch. Yeah, I need to pay... That's another thing. I do need to seriously have a serious chance of improving my rank. I do need to, I guess, pay a little better attention to some of the targets and hazards on the board. Because I need to learn how to activate the slot machine. Because now it's 3 penguins, and then it's not bumping the one. It's not that 100-point bumper in the middle. It's definitely not that. Yeah, I didn't see what happened to trigger the slot machine. Yeah, I guess I'll have to read up on this kind of stuff. And see. Yeah, I guess I'll have to read up on this stuff and see what the different targets specifically do. And I know what to aim for and when. Like the 3 eggs. I know I run over them, they hatch. And if I hatch all 3... something happens. I forgot what. Do I get outlane stoppers if I match all three? And then run over and roll over the... Hold on. Alright, there we go. Okay, alright. No. I was saying, like, what I was about to say was I need to find... That's my goal right now, is to figure out exactly what starts the slot machine on the upper part of the board. Okay, 500. Almost got to 1,000. There. Oh no! I wasn't quite fast enough. I couldn't keep up with the ball. I was moving faster than Mario can move there. And... Oh, okay. Got the ace. We only have one more target. You have to get the number 1 on the left there, and we can open the exit to the upper part of the board. And then once we open it, we have to actually get the ball in there in time. Because, okay, we're gonna play through the rest of this game. That beep is gonna continue for another 30 seconds or so. Doggone. And we got a game over now anyway. You know what? We're doing pretty good there. So I'm gonna switch to Pokemon. Let me just I'm gonna switch to Pokemon, but I'm gonna make a few more runs at this. And then we'll see if we improve the rankings at all. Still at 179th place. And we'll have a fresh start at this. Alright. And we are live. Okay. You have to watch exactly when the slot machine starts rolling. So getting all the dots, I know that makes the seals bounce the balls. Is it the targets on the left, those little tiny ones that disappear? It's not the plunger bumper thing in the upper left? Okay. Yeah, my policy from now on is to treat the upper half of the board as though getting out here will I'll lose the ball for real. Because the longer I can keep my ball up there, the longer I'm guaranteed to have a ball that's safe, and I can keep it in play and keep scoring more and more points. There we go. Oh, we got out. That's alright. Alright. And, okay, 377. Well, 377, not 377. Now, when I hit that plunger, it seemed to stop one of the... Is it hitting that moving bumper? Like the moving... I can't do that. We'll figure... So we got the... Oh, no, no. I need to wait till the ball gets lowered down on the panel, down the flipper, in order to, before actually starting to, before triggering it and launching the ball. Because I'm getting too shallow of an angle when I do it that way. I need to do it to the end so I can get the maximum leverage out of it. And then in another, like, 5 minutes, we'll switch over to Pokemon Sword. Because I really... It's funny, because in a Pokemon game based in the UK, something I wanted to... something I daydreamed about happening, and I knew it would eventually happen, because it just seemed like the regions they were going to and the world, once they took the series outside of places inspired by Japan, districts in Japan, it seemed kind of to be based on top Japanese vacation destinations. So I knew they'd eventually get to England, but I just didn't know when. So even though I've been pretty critical about the game, I'm really excited to play it and see what the next town is like, because I've only been in the first town, and it's not even a proper town, it's just the first, it's just a couple of houses, and I could see the first actual town in the distance. I just didn't get to it yet, because I spent the whole time, well, after the basic setup and doing your first Pokemon battle, I spent the rest of the stream just grinding up to get my starter up to level 12, and then I got all my other Pokemon up to level 10, at least the ones I care about. There's a couple of others I'm not really training, well, there's one I'm not even training right now, that I just can't deposit yet. And then there's another one, another Pokemon that I just got, but it's very under-leveled right now. It only infrequently appears, and I followed really advice and caught it. It's kind of useless for now, but it's gonna learn a lot of cool moves later, evidently. Alright. Okay. Come on. No. Right in between the doggone flippers. Alright. Still 179th place. I do appreciate how in high score mode it automatically inserts the point and presses start for you, so you just go straight to here. You don't have to bother with inserting the coin and all that. Three to stop. What makes it stop again? Was it? I think it was the little targets on the left. Hey, bonus time. Oh yeah, we narrowly saved the ball there. Now if I can get, oh doggone. But hey, bonus points are bonus points. I know those things, those little targets on the left, on the upper board, they seem to stop they seem to stop the slot machine. Each time you hit them, it stops another reel. But I don't know how to start the slot machine. I don't know if that just randomly happens as long as you're up there to eventually start automatically. There we go. I don't have any balls left, but I'm already up to 30,000. So no. Oh, dog. Oh, hey, we got a ball rescue here. I don't know if this little character. I'm very sure this is supposed to be Bubbles from Clue Clue Land. That's the only sense I can make out of that. That it definitely does not appear in the NES version. I know that for sure. I don't think that ball rescue thing, that is not in the, I think you had to pay the price of a gumball each time you wanted to play this back in the day. funny because arcade machines now generally cost 50, 75 cents, or even $1 or more. But then gumballs still tend to be a quarter, so it's kind of odd. Like, how are gumballs subject to currency inflation? But then arcade aren't. Yeah, it's like arcade machines are subject to currency inflation, but then gumballs aren't. I don't know if it's the thing like where I guess they'd make more money charging quarters for that than they would if they tried to increase the price, then people would be less frequently buying them. Wow, another ball rescue. When we're up to 56,970 points. We're doing pretty alright. Oh no! Alright, doggone. Alright, because we're still playing this, we're still in the game because we got another, an extra ball. So I'm gonna play through this, and we'll switch over to, Pokemon Sword. And I really, switching between this and Pokemon really does make me wish that they continued on with the Pokemon Pinball franchise, because you have the DS, which is a system particularly well suited for pinball games, with a long vertical screen real estate between the two vertically arranged screens. Pokemon Pinball would have been a perfect match for the DS, but it just never happened for whatever odd reason. Like, how do we get so many doggone Pokemon Picross games? And then, alright. I just want to, take one more swing at this, which shouldn't take more than, like, meh. Yeah, just give it another 4 minutes, and then I'll switch over to, Pokemon Sword. Here we go. I didn't even check to see what my... Actually, yeah, I'll do it when I get it. No. Okay, I have to restart now, so I might... Once you press start, you can't go back. You have to... It wouldn't be fair for high score mode if you could start and then go over again, so I might as well just look at my rankings again. They're still at 179th place. Alright. Let's do this. Alright, we'll just reset. No, I'll just go ahead. There we go. I like how the warbling sort of sound effect doesn't start until after you launch the ball. Now, it would be really amazing if they made... I would love if they made a dual screen vertically arranged, like how the Punch-Out arcade cabinet was. Yeah, dual screen vertically arranged cabinet for versus pinball, where both monitors, just like where the lower monitor displayed this part of the table and the upper monitor displayed the upper part of the table, and the ball just moved between them seamlessly. And they'd actually have the buttons on the side and a actual arcade plunger. I mean, well, an actual pinball plunger that you pull back. That would be a fantastic... I mean, that's not how the Versus Pinball machine was, but that would be a beautiful way to do it. Another pinball, like, video pinball game I know, well Atari Video Pinball. Everyone knows the Atari 2600 version, but the actual arcade cabinet of the video pinball is beautiful because what they decided to do, instead of just having a video screen with pinball stuff on it, rendered in arcade graphics. Hey, Serial Walrus. We're doing, have you been here for this before? We're doing, some high score runs at, Versus Pinball. And we've gotten, we're up to 179th place, and I think 179th place, and at the beginning of the stream, we were at 276th place, so significantly improved our standing. Okay, yeah, this is the, well, I'll just bring it up here. Where is it? I'll sacrifice this game to show you this. This is the poster for the game. This was made by Nintendo in 1984. This is an enhanced version of the pinball game for NES. And this version I'm playing is for Nintendo Switch. It's the first ever home port of this, and it has online leaderboards. So let's see. When I first started grinding this, I was at 596th place globally. Now I'm at 179th place globally, which is really awesome. So, since you're here, I'll show you what the game's like. I was about to switch over to Pokemon Sword, but I'm going to just give myself another 5 minutes at this to show you what the game is like and what a score run at this. So, see, I'm at 179th place here, and the highest ranked person is someone called High Scores, who I guess just deliberately goes around dominating these games, which is their right to do so. I hope to aspire to be so talented someday. Now, because this is literally an arcade ROM, when you play this game in regular mode, you actually have to press a button to insert the coin, because it thinks it's an arcade machine. In high score mode, the game automatically inserts the coin and starts the game for you. And if I were to pause, it would immediately end my game and I'd have to restart, because it wouldn't be fair for high score purposes if a player was allowed to pause and then recontinue the game later. So you do have to do it in one single sitting without pausing, like it would be in a real arcade machine. And, okay. The high score, like the table you see there with the rankings of 159th place through 172nd place, in which I'm among them. It doesn't highlight my spot directly, unfortunately. I mean, if someone wants to cheat, this is like a really obscure. This is like cheating. Cheating in this is like cheating in Tiddlywinks. It's so weird. And if nothing else, I'm at least. I doubt that hundreds of people are hacking to have the top score in this Arcade Archives versus Pinball. Maybe the top dozen or two, maybe, but well, maybe the top. There's no reason anyone other than like the top score player. I don't know why anyone other than the top player would want to hack, because if someone was hacking, they would just probably hack to give themselves an indisputable top score. But I at least know that I could at least see my own ranking improving compared to other players, because down here on around the closing, on like the upper 100s range, these are actual player scores, and I can see my improvement compared to them. Plus, I could definitely see my own high score improvement against myself. So I'm really not so worried compared to top scores. And I could probably, if there's a Twin Galaxies top score for this, not that, I mean, Twin Galaxies has they've improved their reputation a little bit, because at one point there was a lot of weird cronyism and people verifying their own scores in the past. So they've improved since then, from what I've heard. But I could probably go on Twin Galaxies or some other like accredited source to see what the official top score table is on there, and see how I rank compared to there. Because, you know, someplace where you have to have a video run of your thing, so you can't just give yourself infinite balls or anything silly like that. Yeah, so there are a few things that don't exist here, that are in here that don't exist in the NES version. And like in the NES version, there's a point where you get a certain number of points, the flippers vanish. Now this here, Bubbles from Clu Clu Land brings your ball back if you get a certain thing. I forgot what exactly. I don't know if it's flipping. I think it's when you flip over all the cards, you get one saved ball and a ball stopper. Because you have outlane stoppers you can get, which I have the outlane stoppers and my gutter stopper. So right now I get that protects my gutter, and then the blockers on the sides protect my outlanes. There we go. Pretty alright so far. Hey, and this is the bonus stage featuring... Oh, doggone. It features Mario and Pauline. But the way the bonus stage works, it has a tendency to launch your ball directly into a spot where you have no hope of recovering it. but it's only a bonus stage anyway, so it's not like I lost anything for getting out so quickly. The goal of the bonus stage, you get a huge number of bonus points if you knock out the barriers on the top to make Pauline fall. Then what you want to do is catch Pauline on your paddle and carry her over to the left or right of the bonus stage table. And doing that will give you a huge cache of bonus points and restarts the bonus stage. So you can do that as many times as you can manage. Now the tricky thing is that in the process of saving Pauline, you could often end up losing your ball at the same time. You don't want Pauline to fall off of the platform. Yeah, in the NES version, it seemed like the flippers vanishing after a certain number of points is a glitch. Here it seems they incorporated it as an actual official feature. Now, excuse me, my egg timer is going to go off for another 30 seconds, and I see the on-screen timer went off as well. So after this, we're going to actually finally switch over to Pokemon Sword, which I had my first run at last stream. Raylet900, who was in chat, he went quiet, he's lurking at this point or whatever. And they actually, I'm in high score territory right now. I'm right now, I'm doing my personal best. I'm already in PB territory right now. So let's see how far we can take this. Hey, okay. Hey, bonus mode. Oh no! Okay. Well, we got bonus mode's never a bad thing, because at the very least, even if you don't keep the ball in play for long, you do get warped back to this top table. Hey, back to bonus mode. We're gonna try to... Ooh, boy, this ball is fast. It is gutsy. Woo! Crazy ball mode. Now it's calmed down. You want to try to get Pauline to fall. Boy, is this tricky, because I'm trying to keep it high. Oh, okay, that's it. But man, that was some good action there. Am I gonna get? Oh no. Okay, we got another ball. Oh, and when it says 1-up on the left, it's not saying 1-up like I got an extra ball or an extra life. It means 1-up in the most literal and original sense of what 1-up actually meant. Because the reason it says 1-up is because on pinball tables. Is my 3DS collecting dust? I get some use out of it. I don't charge it that often these days, but yeah, with these pinball tables, they would say when you'd have a two-player alternating mode where two players are competing for high score, on the left, it would say 1-up when it's player 1's turn. Then when it's player 2's turn, it would say 2-up. So 1-up and 2-up originally were indicators as to which player when they were playing two players, which player's turn it was to take the controls. And then somehow that came to mean extra lives. Hey, we earned an extra ball for all that crazy score. So is my 3DS collecting dust? No, believe it or not, I actually have I think I have like 5 million steps on my 3DS, on my launch day 3DS. I have like 5 or 6 million steps on it, on the pedometer. I used to take it absolutely everywhere I went, and it was crazy. Alright. Hey, 200! No, it's, yeah, 200,000. Yeah, I believe that's what that is. Yeah, 200,000. I've never gotten this far before. Do I miss New York? I miss it. But for everything I miss about New York, there's something else I like just as much or more about where I'm at now. So, I know I certainly would not have had as much fun with the Street Pass feature if I was not living in New York. To live in the New York metropolitan area and be in college during the 3DS era was a blessing. I got a lot of play with my Street Pass meepover. Wow, okay. Okay, this one, we have to input our name. It was awesome, for sure. Okay. We're gonna go rub. Is that what I do? Rub? Oh, whatever. Okay. Yeah, it was awesome. And in like in the city specifically, you'd go through Penn Station, or you walk through Times Square, you'll get like a dozen hits. And then if you go to the Nintendo World Store, of course, then yeah, PictoChat. Do I want to submit? Yes, I do. I want to submit. So we're going to look at our online rankings. Wow, we went... Oh my gosh! I'm in the top 100! I'm in the top 100 players in the world at this. I'm at 84. Went from 179... Okay, yesterday, I was at 596th place. At the end of the pinball segment of the stream, we got to 276th place. This stream, we went from 179th place was my last place increase. We got up to 84th place. Holy butt. Okay. I'm definitely satisfied, and I've stalled for a while because I should have been playing Pokemon for about an hour at this point. But what we're going to do is... Okay, we're going to send to... What place am I at? 84th place? 84th place. Alright. And we're going to go back to the title screen. And yesterday I made a mistake. I waited too long before taking my walk up and stretch break, and when I did, it was only a few minutes. Now, if I ever put too much toothpaste on my brush, I was very rigidly trained to only use a pea-sized amount since I was about 6. So that was never really a problem I had personally. But I can see how it could happen, especially if it's really early in the morning and you just woke up and it's like, and you just squeeze like the tube too hard or whatever. Alright, so I will be back. Hey everybody. Alright, so we're just gonna get straight to it. So there's high score mode, and then there's caravan mode, which you can't properly see where it says mode, but where it says caravan, that's for caravan mode. And what that is you basically play for... Hey Similarian, how you doing? What did I do? I went from like... it's on my blog post, because I have it here, and I should have had it. Yeah, I went from 596th place to 84th place in my previous streams of this. So I went and did some homework on Strategy Wiki to actually learn specifically what the different targets do and how I could score more points instead of just playing the game for as long as I can and seeing how far I can get. So right now I'm in 84th place in this mode. Now, this is, if you're not familiar with this, Similarian or anyone else who's watching this live or in the future, this is a, oh, it launched me automatically. Now, this is a port, well, this is a arcade version of pinball on the Famicom or NES, what's often just called NES Pinball. This is a Nintendo Versus System arcade exclusive, where with the extra RAM, they added a fancier font for the scoring on the left. Yeah, I mean that's one of the benefits of playing a game that realistically not that many people care about. I can't know for sure if that top score is legitimate or if they like hacked their Switch or something like that. But I'm not sure if the ways that you can hack the Switch are ways in which you could post a false high score like that. Where it said Where it says ranking 84th place, that I added in manually into my layout. Where it says high score and the score table that's highlighted in blue, those are actually part of the Nintendo Switch version of this game. This was ported from the arcade to the Nintendo Switch as part of the what they call the Arcade Archives series. And in those games, they added online leaderboards for all of these games, which makes it. I was always interested in getting a first PBs in NES Pinball. And then I realized that, I didn't realize till after I bought it, that this Switch version of the arcade edition was a game that they added online leaderboards as part of the game. Yeah, there's a couple of the features are different, like on the top half of the table. Oh, shucks. Well, we'll see it now. Well, they added a bonus that you get. Well, we'll look at the online rankings here. Okay. That's the top scores by a guy actually called High Scores, who I'm guessing probably goes around dominating these things just for fun. And I'm at 84th place right now. And it's, I think it probably saves the top 1,000 scores. I started at like 580, I think. Now in this mode, when you play the regular vanilla mode of this, you actually have to press an insert coin button to insert a coin, because it's the straight arcade ROM, so it wants you to insert a coin before you could press start and begin the game. Then, in the high score mode, you cannot pause the game. If you pause the game, you have to restart, because it wouldn't be fair to the other, if you could pause the game and continue later, I guess, to make it as even as possible. To continue playing, you have to do this in one single run. You saw real quick, in this high score mode, it automatically inserts the coin and presses start for you. I just want to very slightly increase my own personal volume. If you can't hear the game sound effects well, now, what I didn't realize before, because I'm not much of a card player, is that these cards that I'm flipping over to, I think those cards, oh shucks, I'm still just getting started here, right? Now I'm playing with the Switch Pro Controller. I mapped the right and left flippers to the right and left, to the ZL and ZR triggers, not on the bumpers, the actual proper, like, molded triggers. Now, oh gosh. Now, if I made, okay, good. Oh, if I got that last light on the left, I would have made the steel start bouncing balls in their noses, which gets me a good amount of bonus points. Let me get back, now if I flip over, I have to hit the eggs, and then I have to hit the chickens. Oh no, right through the outline. If I hatch the eggs and collect the chickens, I'll be able to activate outlane stoppers on the left and right, which would have saved me from what just happened there. Now on the upper part of the table, that tunnel on the right, you see there, oh gosh, I wasn't able to talk too much about it, and I would rather like to stay on the top half of the table for as long as possible, because the longer I stay on the top half of the table, the longer there's absolutely zero chance of me losing a ball here. Now on the left, you see, oh shucks, on the left on the scoreboard part of the actual game, not my, well now, since I'm out here, what I can show you real quick is, okay, here's this poster for the, because you would upgrade your Nintendo Versus System cabinet with different games, you'd get I guess like the equivalent of a cartridge pretty much, and then a new marquee to put it on the top. So this year, advertising Versus Pinball and Versus Golf to arcade owners, this is the only promotional material that ever existed for this game, at least in English. And you have like the 1950s Greece. You have the pinball, like the golf guy with the hat and the golfing outfit, and then the Versus Pinball, they put in this cliche greaser looking dude, because pinball arcades didn't always have the best reputation, so I guess they're kind of capitalizing on that. It's just like, okay, what kind of person would we show playing pinball? And he's having a lot of fun considering. Hold on, let me bring it back up real quick. Yeah, it looks like Tom Cruise in Top Gun. Oh, doggone, I didn't mean to make that go away. Here we go. Yeah, he's having a lot of fun considering he's still on the title screen. I guess they figured the actual game wouldn't look that attractive in the poster. I don't know. Now, if I get the ball through that tunnel on the right, I get a 500 point. I get 500 points, and it also triggers the slot machine with the 3 penguins there. The best result is to get the 3 penguins. If I don't, yeah, if I get the 3 penguins, it gives me a drain stopper on the bottom between my flippers. And so the only thing that could cause me to leave the top half of the board is if I got that hole on the right next to the right flipper. That one. In the NES version, that hole launches you back onto the upper half of the table. In this version, it launches you down onto the lower part of the table. So they made it a little harder there. Another thing is, I believe in the NES version, the flippers disappear for a while. I think between 100,000 points and like between 100,000 and 500,000, I think, the flippers vanish, and they reappear eventually, but you're playing pretty long time if you get long enough for the flippers to reappear. But I think that was a malfunction or a glitch of some kind. But in this version, they actually make the flippers disappear and reappear at some points, and I think they turned what I believed. Now there, it didn't last long because I ended up getting straight down to the lower table. But I was able to activate the slot machine, and once the slot machine wheels are spinning, you stop the wheels by hitting the bumper that's rolling back and forth, that scrolls back and forth over the table there. So, but the real way, I think the best way is to rack up points for me, that I'm gonna, oh, on the left, I forgot to explain this. On the left there, where it says 100 points, that number will increase. I think I have, each time I get the ball through the tunnel on the right on the upper board, that number will increase, and eventually it rolls over back to 100. I think the furthest it can go is up to 500. No, I think it can go up to 1,000 points. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's the end of the game, and I also forgot to set my timer. Yeah, set it for... There we go. So, no more than an hour and a half, I'll definitely get up and take like a 7-minute break. Then I might play for an hour or two more, we'll see. But this is my first spur-of-the-moment random stream. Like, where I decided, you know what, I have nothing lined up, and I feel okay enough to do this, so let me just open up my software and start streaming. Yeah, that was a very obvious thing to forget, so if you were to remind me to do that, I wouldn't have minded. Yeah, it's just something I could do to help, I guess, anyone who walks in the stream could have a sense of how long I'll be playing until I get up and take a break or something like that. And I have another layout ready for when I come back, for when I plan to end the stream. I may make it go on a little further, but we'll see how I feel when that time comes. Okay, now if I get all those number targets on the left of the table, now that's where my outline stoppers come in handy. If I can get that number 3 on the left. Oh, you like my layouts a lot? I remember my very first stream, a streamer I watch a lot that came in and said hi, said that my layout was fantastic. Yay, I got my exit. I've got a way back into the plunger chute, but I have to get there before too much time passes. And I have to do it with invisible flippers. Oh, come on, almost. Yeah, oh, it bounced back out. Okay. Hey, but we got back up top anyway. Oh, and right back down to the bottom. Okay. Oh, shucks. Alright. I guess that's true too. I never, you know, until you said that, Serial Lars, I never really thought of it in terms of keeping myself accountable. I really did it more as a courtesy for the viewers. Let's see where I'm... No, I want to look at... Yeah, I'm still at 84, because sometimes I've played through and someone in that period of time actually got a better score for me. It's a great way to keep your audience seeing what's coming up next. Yeah, this is the first... I think this might be the first ever stream where I'm specifically playing only one game. And plus, I'm only going to be able to stream once next week, so I just throw in a little bonus one here. And, you know, nice and simple. Now, we didn't make much progress in Pokemon Sword last time, but the nice thing is that since I'm so early at the beginning, like I was warning Raylet, who donated the money for the game, that there's a lot going on. I might not be able to get through it. I might have to put it down for a long time, even if I'm streaming other games. So the nice thing is that because I didn't really get to the next town or anything yet, when I do pick it back up eventually, it's not going to be like I'm got so far in after we started. It is going to be still pretty much a fresh run and a fresh new game. Yeah, okay, getting all those chickens there, that was a great little coup there. You could... If I get that... Oh, bonus round time. Oh, yeah, we got it, we got it. No, running over those targets is what, the 1, 2, and 3 there, those represent the different barriers Pauline is walking across. And the more I, hit them over, that, it's sort of... Basically running over the balls that represent the different, like the right column is 3, the middle column's 2s, and the left column is 1s. And running over those, sort of makes those different barriers just walking across shrink, and that can get me... Well, you're trying to get her to fall, and you're trying to catch her on the paddle and walk her over to the side lanes. Okay, that set the slot machine into motion. Now, we got one penguin. Come on. No, we got a penguin, a 3. We're not going to get a match this time, but that's alright. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. I don't know why the warbling sound stopped. That's interesting, because now... Yeah, now the warbling is back. Without the warbling, it's pretty much just... It sounds a lot more like NES Pinball. I don't know, I feel like the warbling adds a lot more atmosphere to it. Makes it feel more like the kind of sound effects I'd expect from an actual arcade table. Now, I believe the Nintendo Versus system, it was based on Famicom hardware, or NES hardware, but there was slightly more RAM or something like that, so they could enhance these games in certain ways. They'd make changes to make the games harder if it was a port of an NES game anyway. But, okay. Yeah, if I were to get, like, a tabletop-style main cabinet, this would be... One of the reasons would be to get this game. But the thing is, this game is in 4x3. It's not in the traditional, like, portrait format of a traditional arcade cabinet, because these were ports of NES games, so the Versus System cabinets used square monitors instead of the portrait layout monitors. You'd have in something like Pac-Man or Galaga or like King and Balloon or so forth. Starting up. Do you know how the Switch handles this game? I'm guessing it's emulation because I'm guessing it's emulation because if they were porting it, I don't know why they would bother to port the insert point feature, because this is part of a line that was called Arcade Archives, and Hamster was handling these ports, and Nintendo outsourced it to them, and I believe only fairly recent, like there were certain things like Nintendo Sky Skipper. I think that Yeah, they like had to find the board for it. The game was actually believed to be lost for a while, and then they were able to find a board that they could pull the programming off of. And then there were also weird legal problems with the original source code for Donkey Kong and because of that, for many, until only 2 or 3 years ago tops, there was no official home release of the arcade version. Good lightweight 2D bomb. That would be fantastic. That would be one of those things. It's one of those things like how I've always wanted an online version of Pac-Man Versus, where you just have 4 people, like 5 people, 5 people playing, 4 people are playing as Ghost, 1 person's playing as Pac-Man, and you switch off. And just these really obvious things that they never bothered making, and I don't know why. I mean, even... especially the fact that there was never, when it comes, and I'm talking about online, when it comes to like couch co-op or couch competitive multiplayer, just the fact that there was never a version of Pac-Man Versus for the Switch was insane. You really wish you experienced crazy arcade B&B back in the early 2Ks? Oh, wish you experienced arcade B... Oh, it was... Are you talking about a bread... When you say B&B, are you talking about an arcade, Are you talking about, like, an arcade that was in a bread and breakfast or something like that? Or maybe it was a typo, I don't know. I'm not sure what you meant, and plus I'm 30 seconds in the past anyway, so I'm just gonna hang on and let you clarify. Oh, it was a Korean Bomberman clone, all online only. And it wasn't... Didn't they recently somehow find a source code for this high-definition version of Bomberman that was made for a Japanese, like, carnival tour or something in, like, the mid-90s? It was, like, 94, 95. Oh, your girlfriend works in an arcade. That's really cool. Is it, like, a barcade type thing? Or is it more like their retro games? Or is it just a mix of retro and modern? Because I don't know, like... I just never can get into too much of what's available at a place like Dave & Buster's. Oh, it's in Ohio? Oh, okay. Alright. Man, there's a lot to keep your eyes on in this minigame. Hey, we caught her! And, of course, we couldn't keep the ball in at the same time, but... Alright, I'm not sure. I have to learn what the parameters are for the flippers appearing and disappearing. And, okay. Yeah, I have to figure out what the parameters are for the flippers appearing and disappearing. Oh, well, it appeared once I flipped the card. And I'm not much of a card player, so I really never realized that, the cards you're flipping over form a royal flush at the end. If you could get it on. Knocked it right back in to the gutter. Alright. And that's the fun thing about this, because you can get really good at this, but there's only so much control you have. So, the pressure can't possibly be that high, when so much of it is dependent on random chance. It's really just more you reacting to the situation. Yeah, I would love to have, if such a thing existed as an actual physical pinball table of this game, that would be pretty neat. Yeah, 3 streams in 1 week. Yeah, I'm only probably gonna be able to stream once next week, and I just happen to feel like it, so I just threw in a random spur of the moment. Just press live and run with it type of stream. Especially after the it's like I made a lot of progress in pinball, but not much in Pokemon. So I figured I'd just focus on one game at a time, and maybe I'll be a little less scatterbrained. Okay. Alright. Okay, finally I could get to do something again. On one hand, when you lose control of the ball, it's kind of... It's fun watching the ball bounce around and get more points and make the number go up higher and higher, but it's kind of suspenseful because it's like, I'm seeing all this happen, but I don't have direct control over it for the moment. When's it going to flip, go back down, and when am I going to have to take control again? Yeah! Got the Royal Flush, which gives us the Outland Stoppers and the Gutter Stoppers, so we're doing pretty good right now. You got 7 players in your Metal Gear Solid 3 PS2 lobby. That's... And this wasn't prearranged, just a spur of the moment, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, I know there's a MAME, like, I think there's some program that's kind of like the equivalent of MAME, but for pinball tables, and people also make original pinball tables. I have seen, I haven't looked into it, and I'm not going to bother with it because it's not really probably not suitable. Well, it's definitely not suitable for official high score purposes that I'm going for, but just for the fun of it. But someone made a computer game simulation of if this here was an actual physical pinball table, and then they made a game out of it, which is pretty neat. I mean, even with privately hosted servers, it's pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive that that there's so many people playing it. Actually, I feel like having custom servers for something that's not like a super big thing where people are like FF11 has unofficial things, but it's Final Fantasy, so it's gonna have a certain amount of, you know. But I don't know. I mean, it's not like other things are insignificant too. I'm just saying, like, whenever there's a lot of support for a fan server, it's like, because, like, I wonder if anyone's playing, like, Mario Kart DS or anything with fan service or anything, because I believe Nintendo wasn't handling that directly. I believe it was GameSpy that was handling that, and when Wii and DS when their online gameplay services went offline, it wasn't because, like, oh, they were old-gen systems, so much as it was just that GameSpy was happening to shut down. Alright, 1,000. Okay, this is turning into a pretty respectable game. Okay. What do I have to do to get the cards to reset? I'd love to know that. I'm not sure. I don't think the strategy guide I was looking at explained that, but I think getting the Royal Flush does make it so that Bubbles comes out and puts my ball back into play. It's basically a gutter staver. And getting this bonus rollover at the end of each ball is a unique thing for the arcade version. That wasn't in the NES version. Oh, we got so much score that we got an extra ball. So this is our last ball right here. Because the ball counter there is basically saying how many balls are in reserve, not how many balls are left, if that makes sense. So right now I have 0 balls, so when I lose this ball, that's the end of the game. Unless I could score another ball in the meantime. That didn't last long. Alright, let's see where we placed at. Hey. I think this is... Okay, let's look at... Yeah, we're still in 84th place because we didn't beat the score from before, but... Okay, let's go for it. Oh yeah, that stock market Me-Pest Street Puzzle game was... I used to play that a lot. I gave up on that ghost hunting game thing. That was fun, but when they're like, oh, psych, it wasn't the end of the game, there's actually like a whole bunch of stuff left. I'm like, yeah, I'm done with this. I'm not gonna keep playing this with your fake out ending. And so the stock crashes game is the last one I was playing before I really finally stopped carrying my 3DS around. This isn't so hot, but that's that's why I love these. This is so low risk that even if I have just a flat-out flop of a game, it's not such a big deal. Yeah, getting those on the left tunnel. Oh, I don't know if I get all the points because I ended up going to the bottom part of the table before the animation finished. But getting all those lights on the left on the upper table, that makes the seals bounce the balls in their nose 20 times, and I get points for that. Alright. Alright, let's do better this time. Now what I wanted... Oh, God. I have to pay attention to where the ball is on the flipper. I have to pay more attention to that. I just barely even got the ball. Now, do you ever think we'll come full circle with Nintendo one day, being in the far future, seeing them producing original Nintendo hardware again? Oh, what, like the original NES accessories and stuff like that? Is that what you're saying, Serial Wars? And got the queen, got the jack, got the 10. Only one more card. Well, it's interesting because I mean, they could have recreated this stuff, but the fact that we have, like, millimeter for millimeter exactly perfect new, NES controllers made for the NES and Super NES Classic Editions kind of shows that they probably still have the molds and parts and stuff. They have the ability to produce those things. Now, if they made the actual hardware, I don't think they'll go much further than what they did with the NES and Super NES Classic Edition. Oh, far in the future? I don't know. We'd have to, like, after we're all dead, well, we'll have to figure out why we're all dead. If we're all dead just because we all got old, or if we're all dead because the world's been taken over by robots, or whatever else we managed to do to ourselves. Far in the future, it'll be interesting to see how like old games and stuff, how they're thought of in the future in terms of are people that weren't, because I don't know, it's just kind of interesting because to think of how people will be playing these games, because I've seen forum posts where people will complain like, oh, I saw this dumb little kid wearing an NES shirt and he was like, couldn't have been older than 10 years old, and I'm like, so like the idea was that he was falsely having false nostalgia, this kid, or like posing as like someone who likes vintage games when they don't have legitimate first-hand memories of them. But I'm like, if you look at the people who, like the grandmas you see in Walmart on Sunday, or the grandpas wearing, or even like just people in their like 20s or 30s or 40s wearing, well, like, especially like 30s and 40s, like wearing shirts of like the Little Mermaid, or wearing like Pinocchio or Snow White or Cinderella, like all these Disney shirts of all these classic Disney cartoons. All those like animated films, the people, you would have to be like in your 70s or 80s to have seen those as a kid at this point. Most of the people who have seen those, and most of the people who grew up with those as classics, were people who were not even born yet when those films were in theaters initially. So people don't think of them as, oh, you're posing, you don't really like Pinocchio, oh, you don't really like Disney Cinderella. It's kind of ridiculous. And I think the same thing's kind of happening with games, where a lot of people, there are a lot of kids who are, even, post-Zoomers, whose first game might have been Super Mario Brothers, because that's what their parents gave them to play with. gaming t-shirts are already the Looney Tunes sweatshirts. They're already out there. Like, people are already wearing, like, Mario Brothers or gaming shirts or whatever now, the way, you know, people have been wearing, you know, Disney shirts and the like, you know, 15 or 20 years ago. It's already a thing. You know, people don't consider themselves hardcore gamers, let alone gamers, or might not have played a particular game in years, but, you know, just remember it and wear the shirt for it. You know, it's already a thing. As far as, and that's not from the standpoint of someone in New York. I'm not in New York, and I'm not in the city anymore, so it's not even like, oh, it's just my standpoint as a New Yorker. And there we go. Oh, I almost launched it back up into the bonus board, but it just went straight through the exit line. And we're back down here. Don't think of it as losing your spot on the upper table. You think of it as an opportunity to get the royal flush and get your gutter plunger and outlaying stoppers. Though, of course, if I could get that 5 up there, I got the outline stopper. Oh, got the outline stoppers just in time to save my ball, but it didn't last much longer. Want to play a PS2 online in 2100? I'm sure. I don't know. Like, I'm thinking of the earliest plastic we have from around like 1900, 1910s times when it was, you know, like Parkasine and Bakelite, those early plastics. I wonder how this modern, like the plastic that makes up all the equipment I'm using at this very moment, how is that going to hold up in 100 years? Because you already are having issues with like plastic corrosion and deformation with products from 100 years ago. Alright. I mean products from like, you know, just 10 or 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Alright. And yes, I really do hold on to the trigger. My right trigger doubles as the plunger button for launching the ball. And I have this habit of holding my right index finger over the trigger and then letting go of it so that it sort of springs back up, as though it, like, I'm actually, like, launching the ball. I just started doing it. I didn't even realize at first that I was doing it. And then when I did, I was like, oh, okay. It would be cool if there was an it would be really cool if there was an analog element to it. Well, it kind of is. It's not... It's based on how long you hold it for. But because I think I got... Did I get a royal flush earlier in this game? Yeah, well... We'll see what goes on, but, I mean, honestly, think about it. I mean, there's a curiosity, but do you really want to be around in 100 years with the way things are now? I mean, the world's changed more in the last, what, 5 years than it has in the previous 20, and then it changed more in the last 30 years than it had in the 100 years before it. And so, like, even, you know, younger people are already starting to get left behind by the people that are, you know, came in the people that grew up with the internet are now starting to get left behind in some ways by the kids that are, you know, grew up with iPads in their cribs. And it's just all going so fast. You know, it'll be like, oh, these kids these days with their telepathic personal music. Back in my day, I had AirPods, and I always had to lose them. Now they have it go straight into your head. And the telepathic personal music, that line, it came to me randomly, but it was from the PlayStation 9 commercial for the PlayStation 2. It was a commercial for PS2 where they go to 2000, it's the year 2078, and they have the PlayStation 9, which is like this crystal orb that has electronic spores that you inhale, and I guess you have some kind of electronic drug trip thing in place of the game, I don't know. But we're already halfway there, so... Well, we're more than halfway there now, so... We'll see what happens. Because we're only four PlayStations away once PS5 comes out. And I actually finally did today watch the PlayStation 5 teardown video. Because they're like, well, all the tech bloggers are going to do videos like this anyway, so we might as well do an official one where we know exactly how to take apart everything and make it look cool, as opposed to some, you know, video bloggers like struggling to take off the different parts and pieces. They show the huge cooling fan on it. The way that it's really neat how the new Xbox and PlayStation systems are basically giant wind tunnels to keep everything cool. You can really see how the concern for air circulation and cooling systems dominated the design philosophy of the console boxes of the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5. So you had a fridge from the 1930s, huh? Well, heck, I believe some homes in the UK are still use coal for heating, which they're actually banning right now. They're actually abolishing the use of home use coal. Because I remember seeing like pictures of, I guess, buses in like the 70s or early 80s in the UK, where it's like, oh, you know, something coal for your house. I'm like, it just seems so weird seeing a modern-looking ad talking about, you know, buying coal to keep your house warm. But it's something that apparently is still an option. I mean, there's like there's wood pellets now that you can get a home heating system that burns wood pellets, but those systems, well, because it's wood, it's carbon neutral, so you're putting carbon into the atmosphere, but you're not putting out more carbon than the original trees that the pellets were made from were pulling out of the air to begin with. So it's, you know, you're not adding any more carbon to the atmosphere in general, but okay. No, I was gonna say, it's not gonna work out. It looked like my timer froze for a second, but it was just my broadcast software hiccuping. Visually on my end, I don't think... Those little hiccups, I don't see them on the VOD, so I'm not too worried about them. Wow, okay. And this is our last ball, unless we can get a nice big bonus and earn ourselves a bonus ball. And speaking of a nice big bonus, here's our chance. Because if I can get enough points, when I lose this current ball, I'll be awarded enough points that I can earn one more. We can save Pauline even once, then we're in the territory for getting a potential PB, but... Now, the first time I ever played this game, I could have sworn I was on the upper board, and this is on NES, by the way. I was on the upper board, the ball went into the hole on the right. No bonus ball for us, game over. Alright, let's keep on riding the truck. Oh, I almost got it right into the bonus line. Into the bonus hole. Oh, okay, good. We have thank you, Bubbles from Clue Clue Land. I do have Clue Clue Land E on here, And if it's set up the way this is, my layout for this game will also work for Clue Clue Land in terms of my high score and everything, but that's a much more difficult game, and I'm probably not going to be as good as it. I do like Clue Clue Land more than most people, but I have not played it in years right now. Yeah, I haven't played Clue Clue Land in many years, so I'm not... But we'll see how far... And I wonder if there's a poster like this for Clue Clue versus Clue Clue Land. I'm interested to know. I'll have to look it up and see it, because I know for this, for versus Pinball, this was the only promotional material I could find for it. So I sort of use this as my box art for this stream. Well, in place of box art. No. Okay. And on the last ball, so let's see what we can get done with this. It would be a bit of a shame to do really good on the last ball when I know if I did this good on the first ball, then I'd definitely be in eventual PB territory. And once again, the outlanes do us in there. As soon as I'm on the lower screen, I'm going to make my priority to be to hatch as many eggs as I can and get the outlane stoppers active. Yeah, so there is an analog element to this. I'm going to use it more wisely now, because the longer I hold the ball, the stronger the pull will be. So, you can use that to try to get some different results than how the typical play of the ball. And okay, outlane stoppers right off the bat. So we're following the strategy's working pretty alright so far. Because normally I used to try to aim straight for the bumpers in the middle. There we go. And this is okay. So we're almost there. Oh, no. Man, straight down the gutter. There we go. And we got the slot machine going. And, okay. No, okay. Well done. I didn't even get to stop any of the wheels in the slot machine. That's alright. I think each time I hit that stopper... After this, I'm going to check up on my strategy guide real quick and just to read the rules for that bonus on the upper left, where each time I hit that target, the number goes up, but I think I have to get the ball through that tunnel that has the lights in it in order to... Well, this is our chance. Okay. Oh, you earned a bonus ball, alright. Okay. That didn't last long. But 62,000, I've done worse. But... just want to look at my... There we go. Sorry you can't see this. I don't have this set up for you, so you can see this. But what I'm looking at is that. And so, top half, if you launch the ball, a variety of tunnels and launch the ball through upper left. Directly adjacent the alley is a target with a number above it. Every time you hit the target, you are awarded the number of points shown. Okay, so you get the points instantly. You don't even... Okay, for some reason I was thinking that's rather generous of the game, because what I was imagining was that when you hit the target, that the number of points increases, but you don't earn those points unless you get the ball through the left tunnel that has the lights on it. Where it says right now at 100. I was talking about that on the left. right beneath that, the lane with the lights in it. I thought, so each time I hit that, I was earning that many more points. That's really awesome. I thought I was just increasing the number of points I potentially could earn. Hey, okay. Awkward silence. Yeah, I guess when I open the launch lane, when I open the door to the launch lane, I guess the warbling stops, I guess. That's what it seems like, at least. And, no, it's not. And down to the lower table. Almost straight back into, there we go. No! Okay, it didn't last long, but at least we're back on the upper table. And... oh! With all that momentum the ball was getting bouncing between the plate and the floor of the bonus board, I thought I was going to be able to get the ball back up there and play. And the bonus stage didn't work out. I have to check next time to make sure this is... am I losing a ball when I lose the bonus round? Because that would be really rotten if you do. I thought the ball just launched back into play, but if I'm losing balls as a result of that, that would be kind of a little too cutthroat. I would have thought that was a little too unreasonable. When something says bonus, nothing should be at risk. You should just be able to score extra points with no risk to your current game ending sooner as a result. And on the right. End of game bonus. We get put back into... no, we were not... oh, we did get put back into play with an extra ball. Thank you, Bubbles. Hey, Tundex, how you doing? I went from like 500 something place to 84th place, so I figured I'd do a stream just dedicated to seeing how high I could take this. I looked up a online strategy guide to learn, actually specifically learn what the different targets I could aim for do. I'm going to, let's see, how am I feeling right now? I'm going to have to stretch a little bit. I'm not going to take my proper break yet. But let's, 40 minutes. Let's say, I'll play another, there we go. I'm gonna play another 30 minutes, take a little 5-minute break, and then play another hour or something like that. That seems like a sane schedule for tonight. This is my first ever spur of the moment stream where I just decided to just fire up the broadcast software and go live. So with that in mind, I'm going smoothly. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Got it. Oh, didn't get to play long, but 2. Okay, so I don't lose a ball when I lose the bonus mode. There was a certain bit of language in the walkthrough I read that made it seem like when you lose a ball in the bonus mode, it actually counts in the regular game, which I thought would have been really unfair. I mean, you could get so many points in the bonus round. Now, by running over those eggs, I've activated my outlane stoppers on the left and right. So if my ball falls down those outlanes, it'll bounce me back in, and I'll be good to go. Now, I'm 3/5 of the way to getting the royal flush at the top of this part of the table. And if I could do that, I'm going to get the outlane stoppers and the gutter stopper. But right now my exit lane has been opened because I scored all the targets on the left, but I took too long, so the gate closed again, and the numbered targets 1 through 7 on the left have reappeared on the table. Now, if I want to get that... Oh, doggone. I was going to try to go hatch those eggs again so I can get... Okay. 500, not the 1,000, that would be too good. Yeah, 200. Each time I hit that target on the upper left, with the number above it, okay, so Queen, King. Come on, we're bringing the whole royal family out for tonight. No. Okay, we got to 50,000. And Jack, King. Queen. What stops the warbling? It's so awkward when that stops. I mean, it's no different from NES Pinball, which doesn't have the warbling at all. But when it stops, it's just like, it kills so much of the energy of the game. You know, it's because the fact that the warbling has like the tone escalates, so it gives this feeling of accelerating action, I guess. So then when it stops, it's just like, oh. Probably gonna earn a bonus ball. Hey, we got to 86,000. Let's see how far we can take this. Let me get to 100,000. Well, we did get to 100,000 at least. So at least I can without feeling like I'm a total fool. Alright. And there we go. I got exactly what I aimed for. And that specific clip, I'm like, I'm gonna turn on the slot machine, and I did. Got the 3. Come on. Second 3. 3. No, 3-7. Not gonna happen. Not right now. 3. Penguin 37. So we restarted it there. Oh. Hey, 10,000. We lost our outlane stoppers, so we can get those back in. Oh no! Yeah, talk about outlane. But hey, at least we're going back up to the top of the table. Let's see what we can get. I took out all those lights, so I was able to get the seals to bounce the balls and get those bonus points there. Yeah, I could see just the way all the way when it was like from when it first was descending, I could see that ball was gonna be like, okay, this could... This is probably gonna go straight between my flippers. $8,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000. Woo, we're getting some nice bonus points right there. Well, I guess they're not really bonus points, they're just points. But, oh, we almost got the 500 there. But, no, not 5, not. Yeah, flip those cards. King. The Jack. The 10. And we got a bonus ball, so we got 60,000. And we can keep on going. Come on, 1,000. Come on, 1,000. Now 500. 64,000. I'll be right back. This isn't a proper break. I'm just going to hold on. Where's my microphone? Okay, here it is. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Where's the controller? Oh, here it is. Yeah, just had to do something real quick. Nothing serious. But I didn't plan on this, but since I did get up and was able to have a little bit of a stretch, let's why is the timer, why is this being weird? There we go. Alright, so in a half hour. And I have to be strict at this point. So in a half hour, I'll take a little 6-minute break. Then I'll play for another hour, and we'll call it. $2,000. Okay. So the game isn't even really started until I get up to at least 10,000. 6,000, 7. Trying to do is keep this in play as long as I can. Okay. No. Alright. take what I can get. I want to get at least... Let's see if I can get 40,000 before we leave the top half of the table. 400. Hey. And we're almost up to 40. Yay, we got... I got exactly 40,000 before we left the top half of the table. And we're on our last ball. We're probably going to get a bonus ball when this ball expires. Okay, Queen, Jack. See if we can get... Oh, no. Okay, so we're probably going to get a bonus ball. Oh, even better yet, our ball was rescued by Bubbles, so... I forgot I had that lined up. It would be nice if there's a little icon letting you know, but, I mean, you're gonna find out anyways. Oh, come on. If I had... that ball had enough momentum. If I was able to get out of the way quick enough, but we activated the slot machine. Let's see what we get. Okay, 7? Nah. Not happening. I wish they used more traditional slot machine imagery on the top half, like, because that would, like, having a traditional slot machine with, like, you know, cherries and plums and everything, that would, I think, better complement the poker hand going on the bottom part of the table. But it would also potentially get this game banned in several countries. But, well, heck, there's already a slot machine anyway, so it really shouldn't matter that much. But we'll keep this in play. As long... Oh. Hey, the slot machine was already going when I got made it to the top half of the table. Alright. And, yeah, Royal Flush. We got our gutter stopper and our outlane stoppers, so... Of course, we don't want to use them. So we're sitting pretty right now. Now we got nearly 80,000 points. We broke 80,000. We can just rack up score right now. Pretty low stress. I just don't want... The only way is... Yeah, just avoid the outlanes. Avoid the outlanes and avoid... I mean, the only way I'd want to leave the stage at this point is through the bonus exit, which I would avoid doing if I could. But if I have to leave the stage at this point, that's the way I'd want to do it. Yeah, now's our chance to really rack up some points. Wouldn't you know it? Poor me, I'm back on the top half of the table. What a terrible problem to have, being back on the top half. I mean, I was pretty comfy down there with my twin outlane stoppers and the gutter stopper, but making it back to the top half of the table is practically like getting an extra ball to me. So, wow, and we still have our bonus gear down here. We still have our outlane stoppers and our and the gutter stoppers. So this is going good. We broke 100,000. And we used one of our gutter stoppers. If I could hatch enough of those checks, I can get the gutter stopper back potentially. And having the gutter stopper makes it very easy to hatch these things. Very easy. Ah, we used our gutter stoppers, so next time we get a gutter ball, that's it. For now. And we're back in the bonus table. We're up to 13. Ooh. Huh. Man, I'm having fun. Okay. Yeah, no protective Muji this time, so... and I'm probably going to get at least one ball from this. 15. Let's get to 15. Hey. We're definitely getting at least 15,000. Let's see how close we can get to... And... Okay. No! We have to have a phenomenal run to get another bonus ball. But it can happen. It can happen. Oh, right down the gutter. I mean, I know we didn't... Yeah. I mean, you'd have to base... it seems like there doesn't seem like there's anyone playing right now. Like, last time, I was actually watching my place change a bit when I wasn't breaking my last score, so people were getting better scores than me, and, you know, I was going down in the ranking very slightly. But right now, it would basically take a PB to increase my ranking right now. Alright, Royal Flush, here we go. Because even if you do, even if you don't last long in the bonus round, at least it sends you back up to the top half of the table. And I do maintain what I said a few minutes ago, that getting your ball from the lower table back to the upper table, regardless of the circumstances, is pretty much the equivalent of getting an extra ball. It's an extra... I didn't launch it very far there. It's an extra chance to score a whole bunch of points. Now I'm guessing that 1,110 points beneath my score table, the one that's in the white font, not the one that's in the green font, I'm guessing that's how many bonus points I'm going to get when I lose this ball. That's what I'm guessing. I wonder what determines those. What? I have to watch when that bonus score thing goes up. Are those all points I'm getting when I'm playing the bonus round? Is that what that is? I'm not sure. No. Okay, at least we can... Okay, so... Yeah, so those are the points that are going into my score at the end of my ball. I'll be honest, I've spent more time playing versus pinball on stream than I ever have playing my collective lifetime accumulation of playing actual physical pinball tables. Now, I know there was the only pinball table I got to really enjoy as a kid was this, there was a Chuck E. Cheese near where I grew up, and they had the Super Mario Brothers pinball table, and eventually, I mean, I was going to Chuck E. Cheese when I was kind of slightly overage for it, because I just wanted to play that pinball table, and then that pinball table went away. And then... it felt like a lifetime later. It was probably only a few years later we went to this, my friend had a birthday party at this location-based entertainment facility that was themed around Rocky and Bullwinkle, of all things, and I think, I heard somehow, in some convoluted way, the company that ran that was some subsidiary of Disney, and it was themed around Rocky and Bullwinkle, and I went there only once in my life, because my friend was having a birthday party there. And so this is years after the pinball table at the Mario Brothers pinball table at Chuck E. Cheese went away, and that pinball table was probably there since the early 90s. Because that pinball table was themed around Super Mario World and played the Super Mario World music. I don't remember exactly. I just have a vague sense. It was like maybe like 99 or 2000. Oh no, I don't even think it was related to that. I think it actually opened before that was a thing. Before that movie came out. Do I have a physical movie collection? Yes, only in the sense that when I want to see a movie, I tend to buy it on DVD because I don't like paying monthly fees for having full access to this library of movies when I rarely watch movies. So if I like a movie enough, I like it enough to have a physical copy of it taking space in my life indefinitely in exchange for the luxury of being able to pop it in whenever and not have to worry about, any subscriptions or a movie going off of a certain service or anything like that. But when this... do I have the Hey Arnold DVD? The one of the Jungle movie that they finally went back and made after canceling it like 15 years prior. I do not have that one, if that's what you're talking about. And that's something I'm interested in. How do I watch my DVDs? I really kind of don't lately. I don't watch... when I watch my DVDs, I had this DVD VCR combo player that has HDMI out. For years, I was using my little 23-inch Sony tube set to play it on. When I built my streaming rig, I took that DVD player and put it in this rig thinking... but I've just had all kinds of weird problems getting it to work right. Like well, first off, there's HD... Oh, if you watch DVD, it's on your PS2? PS2 is the first DVD player I ever owned in my house, and the first DVD movie I ever watched was The Matrix, which was like kind of the killer app for DVD at the time. It's like, wow, you can watch The Matrix on DVD. But what was I saying? Yeah, there's HD copy protection on my DVD, even when I'm trying to output like homemade VHS tapes or homemade DVDs of my own stuff. That's not like I bought the DVD from the shop and I wish it would make more sense if if I put in like a Disney DVD that I bought from Target or something. I tried to put it through my HDMI out through my capture card, but because of the copy protection blocks anything from going out through my HD, so it's really annoying. First DVD we watched on a PS2 as a kid was Harry Potter 1. Now, I remember when Harry Potter came out on DVD, it was a pretty big deal, but it also was kind of controversial because it made you play a bunch of like mini games and stuff where you basically roughly follow the plot of the story to unlock the bonus features. And the games and everything, how they set it all up, was really cool. It was the first time I had an interactive DVD like that in any sense. But the annoying part was that was the only way to see the bonus features. But on the VHS, you just watch them at the end. But on the DVD, you had to play a bunch of mini games in order to see all of it. I still have that copy of first Harry Potter DVD somewhere. And I remember when that movie came out, there was that one kid in Gryffindor who looked kind of like how I looked back then. Because I was, and then I have one friend who's a Marine now. But at the time, he looked so much like Daniel Radcliffe when he was at that. Like, he basically, when the movie came out, he looked exactly like Daniel Radcliffe. Not exactly. He just looked like a less twerpy version of Daniel Radcliffe. Yeah, I didn't get into it much, but yeah, DVD games were a big thing. They even released Dragon's Lair on DVD, which was pretty cool. Yeah, so, and the joke was, at school, the joke was that me and my friend were both in the movie. Oh, how could you forget Gerald from Hey Arnold? Well, how could you forget almost anything from Hey Arnold, come to think of it? But I really wish that the original plan went ahead and they did that almost, that like, Hey Arnold, like, expanded universe type thing that they were, skeet plotting at one point, where, like, Helga Pataki was gonna get, like, a side series where she was in high school. I mean, because that world, they had an interesting job in Hey Arnold, I feel, balancing the kind of fantastic aspects. You're watching Season 3, Episode 7. I am not cool enough to know offhand what Season 3, Episode 7 of Hey Arnold is. Yeah, I'm not cool enough, unfortunately. Yeah, but they did an amazing job in Hey Arnold, and mind you, I have not seen Hey Arnold. I haven't really watched it much, or really at all, since it was on Nicktoons Network, perhaps, back when that was still a channel that was basically just, like, 90s Nicktoons. You're watching it for the first time. Oh, wow, it's gonna be, yeah, that's an interesting experience, seeing it for the first time now. But I know one thing for sure, Hey Arnold did an incredible job balancing the fantastic elements with the realistic elements. They did an interesting job of that. Like, that a lot of shows couldn't quite balance if they did. Well, you know what? Talking about expanded universes, how about the fact that, Rugrats? So there's Rugrats, there's All Grown Up, then there's the Wild Thornberrys, which is canon that Wild Thornberrys takes place in the Rugrats universe, which opens up so many questions about this universe as a whole, and then technically All Real Monsters could theoretically is in that universe too, though the one crossover was technically, you could say it was a fantasy anyway. You know, the only Nickelodeon show I have on TV, on DVD is Rugrats. I have, like, I think the first 2 seasons on DVD, which is across, I think, a total of 4 DVDs in all. Because they were really cheap at Target at one point, so I just got a couple of them. And I didn't watch them for, like, a year or so after I got them. But one day I'm like, okay, I have a bunch of clothes with holes in them. Let me go ahead, let me get out my needle and thread and mend all my clothes. And I just had Rugrats going on as background noise. And I was like... And once again, like, watching Rugrats in, like, 2004 on Nicktoons Network when I first got digital cable, that was nostalgic at the time, because at the time I had not seen Rugrats properly since, like, maybe 99 or 2000. And the longer you go in life, the shorter time kind of condenses, in a sense. So going from about 2000, maybe 2001... maybe 2002 was the last time I'd seen Rugrats. So even just going a couple of years later and being able to see it on Nicktoons Network, it was already a big, what I considered at the time, a nostalgia trip. But then watching it again in, like this year, and I'd watched a few episodes with some friends in, like, 2015 even, and it was like, wow, this is quite the show. Yeah, it's quite the show. I heard there was a reboot of Rugrats. I don't care enough to go and watch it, but it was right when they were doing all those Nick reboots where they were rebooting different series for one-off specials or for limited run revivals. And it's kind of like, on one hand, it's cool to see those things come back, but on the other hand, it's like, alright, why do I feel like that they're trying to sell me back my childhood while they steal my future, pretty much. The Life of Super Train Station H could be a 90s Nick cartoon. It could be. I mean, I could write a show based on my... Yeah, it could be. Just about anything could be a cartoon in a parallel universe. Well, excuse me. I mean... Let's... Oh, there we go. There we go. Back in the play. Back in the play we go. Thank you, purple chickens. I'm gonna collect and hatch you all, don't worry. But first we gotta get the royal flush. Royal flush, baby. We just gotta get that ace. Come on, ace, ace, ace. We got 10, jack, king, queen, king. We just gotta get the ace. Just gotta get the ace. The music is stopped out of suspense. Because we gotta get the ace. No, okay. Oh, hey, thank you, Bubbles. We appreciate your efforts dearly. And I think she takes us back up into the... Hey, there we go. All the sound effects stopped. Okay, okay. For a second, the bouncing sound effects weren't going either. No! Almost. What is your stretch routine? I just pace in circles for a few minutes and waving my arms around. And as much as my life otherwise it revolves around sitting in this exact same setup I'm using now, you know, for my professional life and recreation as well, it's only when I'm streaming that I really have these sort of limb-tingling things going on. Alright, so 7 minutes. But hey, let's see if we can at least get to 100,000 this go, eh? No, not gonna happen. We'll see it next time. Let's see if we can keep this ball going for the next 6 minutes and 43 seconds. Okay. That would be another interesting time metric to judge my performance on, just how long I could keep playing. Like my actual play time as opposed to my score. But when the score is so... The fact that it keeps the leaderboard it updates the leaderboards automatically and everything, the score is too easy. It's too easy to go for. Now, what I'd like to do, if I was a true and proper nerd, what I'd like to do... Actually, I could do this, because I have access to the video files handy. Is just to make a video of all my pinball attempts. And see, and actually just go through it and watch. Actually, the biggest thing to do would be to take a screenshot at the end of each of my games. Then I could go through, and I could look at all my point totals. And, let's see. Yeah, that's not hard to do. I could do that easily with my left thumb. I just take a screenshot at the end of each game, and so I just very easily collect all those scores without having to watch the entire VODs over and over. And then I could use that to, you know, to make statistical data of like my mean, median, and mode scores, and my average score and everything. That would be really cool. And mind you, I'm saying this. I'm the person that they were trying to say was mathematically illiterate in college and couldn't get a degree because of it. I mean, I've already done this for Mario Party 2. Hold on. Actually, oh, I have to... Oh, wow, it lets me keep playing. Alright, cool. That's nice of the game. Because if I properly paused it, it would make me reset. But, you've seen probably Serial Wars if you're on my website, on the game section. Somewhere I made a table of, like, a bunch of Mario Party... No, I made a table of, like, the average coins you earn in different Mario Party boards to see which board produced the most coins on average. And I even, like, give, like, a breakdown of my logic, my reasoning, and talking about possible outliers and everything. What's my experience in Linux environments? The only build of Linux I have any experience with is Ubuntu, which is just Ubuntu with XFCE slapped on top of it, pretty much, as I understand it. And I know, like, some basic terminal commands for operating my VPN and stuff like that. But when it comes to anything meaningful, I have to look up online and see exactly what to type in. I'm very much a basic user where I can just do my basic computer operating stuff I'm not a elite hacksaw or anything, because that's a stereotype about Linux people. But I really just wanted to get away from Mac, and I didn't want to switch to Windows either. I'm using Windows on my my gaming and stream. The PC I'm running my broadcast software on is a Windows 10 machine, just because so much of the stuff it's so much easier to use with Windows without having to jerry-rig things. I'm not using Ubuntu now. Now I'm using Windows 10 on the PC that I'm streaming with. But all my both of my PCs that I use are refurbished Office PCs. Now, the PC that I'm running this on, it has a, you know, the video card is... that's the one thing that annoys me about computer equipment that's marketed to gamers. Always has a bunch of dumb glowy stuff all over it. And it's like, it's so obnoxious to me. Like, I can't have my computer on, well, it's IBM branded, but it was made by, Lenovo. You know, it's back when Lenovo was licensing the IBM name because IBM didn't really want to make computers anymore, and the IBM name... Do I have a couch in my room that retracts into the wall? That would be pretty cool if I did, but I don't. Like in Hey Arnold's room. Oh yeah, he has the Eddie Valiant. I always call those the Eddie Valiant beds, because Eddie Valiant in Who Framed Roger Rabbit has a bed like that. A Murphy bed, they call them. That's the first time... Like those thin IBM Lenovo desktops. Yeah, because those were some of the last computers where you could properly put the monitor on top of the computer like I have on my setup. Excuse me. You're thinking of the ones that are like the size of, that are like half the size of a Wii. You're talking about those ones, right? I'm talking, I have like a 2006 one that was refurbished and upgraded. And it's the kind where I actually have space to put a few toys and crap on top of the computer, like back in the old days. But the equivalent of that today is like a little thing. Oh, you have a Murphy bed. That's so cool. No, okay, what I want, like when I was growing up, at one point my brother was living with me, and then he moved away. And when he moved away, like we had a bunk bed, and we shared a bedroom. And when he moved, we had a twin bunk bed, right? And I had the top bed. When we moved away, my parents, it was the kind of bunk bed where you could just take away the bottom bed. And now I just had an elevated bed with more floor space beneath it, and I loved that growing up once he left. But when we moved, I wanted to bring that with us when we moved and use that as my bed, but my parents, like, just didn't want to. And it's hard to find a bed like that now, a bed frame where you can just have an elevated twin bed and have the space beneath it. Because if I had, with my current living situation, if I had an elevated twin bed, I would put my streaming setup beneath my bed. But if I move again, I'm probably gonna have, like, more rooms to work with. Because it'll be, like, my own place more so, you know, without sharing it with, like, a bunch of housemates. Yeah, it was so cool, because basically, it was effectively a bunk bed, but what it really was just an elevated bed that you could fit your bunk bed beneath. Alright, so we are going to let the ball roll out. I'm gonna reset my timer now. 40. Let's actually. Oh, okay. This mode does not work. Yeah, I'm not gonna forget to hydrate me. I just gotta. All right. Okay, I'll be. Hold on. That was more chaotic than I wanted. But let's get back into it, and we'll, let's play another hour of Versus Pinball. Just gotta set the timer for 60. Actually, let's set it for 61. Give us that. Hey, there we go. Give us an extra minute to get into it. And let's see how far we can get. Okay. Restart game. Here we go. So at about 8:40 I'm gonna call it. $10. We're on a good start. Okay, now we're in the hundreds. That 10 points that held there for not even a whole second before the full bonanza kicks off. Oh, doggone, we already lost a ball. With this kind of game, there's not too much of a point in like going ahead and restarting. Hey. Now this is where we can make up for losing that ball early on. No. There's so much to keep your eyes on in that bonus game. It is not easy. And it's kind of funny because that bonus game makes for the title screen and box art of the NES version of this game, but in the NES, it's hard to even get on that bonus screen, and even harder to stay on it for any meaningful amount of time. There we go. That's nice. Yep, they bounce the balls and we get 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Down to the lower table, but royal flush time. Let's do it. Ace. Got the ace. Oh, I didn't pay attention to... I'll have to pay attention next time I get in the bonus game and see. No, not quite. We didn't launch. We didn't launch. Failure to launch. Hey, I'll see ya. I took a couple of extra... I took a little bit longer because I found a pill bug crawling on my wall that got in accidentally, so I had to go and let them outside. If there's anything that's not, you know, harmful or dangerous, I tend to... I normally catch and release it. Did 3 laps of walking around your apartment complex and drank an entire 1 liter of water. Oh, awesome. Oh. Almost had enough momentum to get the ball up through the outlane. That would have been something. 15. No good. Ace! Just gotta get the rest of the royal family out. Nope. I keep forgetting to take screenshots of my scores. Now I'll look in the photo gallery later. 10 points. Okay. And oh, down the chute we go. Get was running at the same time. She had a few DVDs with content from the 1950s that she rented at the library. Oh, what kind of stuff did they have? Alright, so these points here, I got 1,260 points from the bonus game. And those are sort of that little bank beneath my main score. That will be... Nothing about trains? Well, I wouldn't... I mean, unless you don't want to... Yeah, it doesn't have to be about trains. I mean, that would... I mean, train-related content is an instant shoo-in for my intense interest, but I would have been interested in other things, too. Find it amusing that she also still uses DVDs like you. I mean, they still sell DVDs. They still release DVDs. It's not like... I mean, it's not like VHS in, like, 2010 type territory. Quite. No, it's not quite that bad yet. But yeah, they still sell them. They still release them. They still make the players for them. It's not... Just because there's newer stuff that most people use, like, it's not obsolete yet. But And, I mean, the number of DVDs... You just don't see the DVD... Well, if you aren't looking for them, you're not going to see them. Well, I guess that... Oh, I forgot to take the picture. Oh, well. Just gotta get in the habit of hitting that that screenshot button every time at the end of each game. Oh no, I didn't think you were like anti-DVD or something like that. I mean, that would be kind of weird with all the classic retro stuff you've been showing off that you've like retrofitted and got rigged up to work with newer materials and all that kind of stuff. Almost into the bonus round. I mean, we are 2/5 of the way to getting the Royal Flush. So I wouldn't mind getting through that before we make it to the bonus round. Hey, thank you, Bubbles. We appreciate you, even though we haven't played your game on stream yet. 47, 48, 49,000, 50,000. We gotta flip over. We have cards to flip over. Let's get back up there. No, okay, doggone. One day. And 60,000. Jack. Not happening. Which game are you talking about, Serial Walrus? So you got nearly closer to the better part of 3. Oh yeah, Bubbles. Oh yeah. Sorry, the time delay messed me up because by the time you mentioned them, they were already off screen for me. Bubbles is actually a female, and probably possibly the first female playable Nintendo character. And we got... Yeah, I think Bubbles has appeared in this game, well, Clu Clu Land, and the various, like, little alternate versions of Clu Clu Land that exist, like the Famicom Disk System version and the Versus System version. So I've got the Disk System and the Versus System, so the 3 Clu Clu Land games on Famicom, or Famicom/NES, Disk System, and Versus System. So So the Clu Clu Land games, this Versus Pinball, and I think Donkey Kong. One of the Donkey Kong games for Game Boy Advance where you're swinging around on the pegs. They made Bubbles a playable character as a joke, as a bonus character. So that's the last game she's been in. Alright. Let's get some bonus. Oh no, we came so close to having Pokemon fall. Did I ever play Pokemon Showdown? No, I did not. I knew about it back when I was on Pokemon boards. It's a thing I hear people talking about a lot. And I was always more into the world and the world building aspects of the game. I wasn't really into battling outside of the context of just, you know, that's just what you do to get through the main games in the series, and the games in the main series. Yeah, one thing I do miss about switching from Macintosh, now this is really one of the main things I genuinely miss from when I finally switched away from Macintosh. I do have a MacBook that I use for some certain, I have my script writing program, which I don't really use much anyway, is, yeah, that's the only thing I still use my Mac for. But one thing I miss is that on Macintosh, I had the keystroke to produce the accented E for words like cafe and Pokemon. I had that keystroke, like, memorized. I don't even know how to describe what buttons you press to make the accented E appeared. I just knew that when I was playing that, well, whenever I was typing, I just type it in, I just type the word Pokemon with the accented E, like, with that, it was effortless. I had that accented E keystroke, like, memorized. And I think to do the equivalent in Windows or Linux, it's not quite as simple. How do you get into 3 Pokemon games? I haven't really been able to. Well, I mean, I'm going to tell you something, the only Pokemon games I played from beginning to end more than once is Pokemon Red, and since 1999, I have only played through Pokemon Red twice from beginning to end. Yeah, so I don't play through Pokemon games second time very often, and when it comes to post-DS Pokemon games, I've only played each of those games once anyway, myself. So like X and Y, Omega Ruby up. X and Y, I liked, and I thought the interface was garbage. I was especially outraged, like, I was actually like, what the F, like, out loud, when I realized that there was no way to turn off those dumb rollerblades, that you were obligated to have the rollerblades blades map to the circle pad the rest of the game. When this roller skates are already in the item inventory, and you could put your cursor over them. You just can't do anything. All you would have to do is say roller skates on or off, and just hit just a simple toggle, a simple line of code, and they could have had the skates be turned off. Because I didn't like using the D-pad as my primary movement on the 3DS. And once you get the roller skates in X and Y, your roller skates are permanently mapped to the circle pad for the rest of the game. And I wasn't quite comfortable using... I'm not physically comfortable using the D-pad as my primary input on 3DS. And so what I would actually do is I had the item finder on my shortcut, my item shortcut thing. So I plugged the item finder. When you're in the item finder, you can move around using the circle pad without the roller skates coming up. So I just walk around with my item finder out all the time, which is ridiculous. But, And I did like those, like certain areas the roller skates were disabled. You can move the circle pad without the skates coming out. I love those areas. And I did like the world, the actual world of X and Y for the first polygonal 3D Pokemon game. I think they did pretty decent world building in X and Y. I do think the controls, the only time I used the skates was in Lumio City, because the design of the city is cool, but the camera controls are so weird, and when you're moving through Lumio City, it's very clear that they designed this city to be navigated using the skates, because, like, the camera doesn't, like, move properly when I'm using the D-pad and walking, so I, like, use the skates in Lumio City just because it makes the camera behave properly. And also, using the skates actually felt good. Lumio City is a place where I actually wanted to use the skates. It's not that they aren't places where I would want to use the skates, it's the fact that they're the only way you can move with the analog stick. So you need to find a compose key? Okay, I'll check that out later. And the thing is, the main time I'm writing about Pokemon was when I was writing that Pokemon TV series I was talking about that I wrote for a college project, and I continued it on my free time for a little while after that. And so I was using the word Pokemon a lot. And so really, and that was already on my Mac. Hey, to 20,000. Okay. And so then I was using it a lot, but now that I'm not working on that because I'm not going to be able to make any money off of it. But I do. The reason I talk about that so much is because that's a story I could talk a lot about, because I know I'm never going to use it for any particular commercial purposes. The stream froze for you. For me, it's based on everything I can see on my broadcast software, it should be working properly. No drop frames. My uptime is still ticking up. No signs of disconnect, so... Alright. There we go. Got the slot machine going right off the bat, almost. Oh, and of course we spat down to the bottom table. We'll take... Never turn down an opportunity to get that royal flush. It's saying connecting to chat in my chat box, and I want to. It's saying that I'm live on my stream view. Oh. It's saying I have. Alright. Oh. Let's see. I'm just loading up a random web page to see if it actually loads up. All right. Am I back? Hey, it's time for another unplanned stream. So we'll just, this isn't going to be a long one. This is another spur of the moment broadcast. And we'll just set the timer for, I'm going to do an hour, take a 6-minute break, and then, hold on. Yeah, do an hour, then take a 6-minute break, and then do another hour, and that'll be it. So, I'm basically just experimenting with different formats to see what I can and can't do without getting overly exhausted or anything like that. Now, we didn't improve the placing at all yesterday. I started at 596th place. I'm now down to 84th place, so that's a 609% improvement in my global ranking, which isn't so bad. And to be fair, how many people are actually seriously playing this game? Probably not many. I mean, at least 500, because there are over 500 scores. But yeah, but to be in the top 100 is quite the honor. Now, if I can get below the there was a much longer hold screen than usual because I didn't schedule this or anything, so if anyone was interested, I just wanted to give them a chance to notice that I had a broadcast ready. I'm testing a few things. I'm testing this format of streaming because I don't think I mean, I was surprised. I always planned originally for my streams to be relatively shorter compared to many people's. I remember being surprised my first day when my stream went on for 5, nearly 6 hours. I think the longest I've ever gone on is 7. But lately I don't know, there are a lot of weird symptoms I get when I'm streaming that I don't get when I'm using this setup. Otherwise, I'm sitting at the same spot looking at the same monitors. The sort of symptoms that are associated with playing for like an absurdly long period of time without getting up. I typically would do like an hour and a half and get up for a stretch break, and then another, do it every hour and a half. And there's sometimes I've been able to go on a long time like that, but yesterday didn't go so well. Plus I had weird problems with my internet connection where it disconnected me a couple of times. So I'm like, alright, let me do an hour, and take a break, then do another hour, and see how I feel. And this isn't going to go for more than like 2.5 hours total. And plus I'm also kind of just testing my internet connection. And so, Pinball was well, Versus Pinball specifically is a perfect game to test that with. Starting yesterday, this is also, this is an experimental lot of things. I'm testing my internet connection, I'm testing the format for streaming for, just, maybe 2.5 hours tops. And then also, I'm also just testing my ability to do an unscheduled stream and just sort of be spontaneous. And so for all of those things, I feel like Versus Pinball was a particularly good game, especially since I've been interested in going for high scores in it lately. So it's those nice low-risk games that if someone missed it, they wanted to see it, but if someone misses it, I don't think anyone's going to miss a session of Versus Pinball that much as compared to some of the more bigger name games that I stream. Now, what I have to remember is to always, what I want to start doing is to always take a screenshot of my score before I move on to the next game, because that's a very easy way. I know I do have the videos to go back on, but watching the entire video and recording all the scores I got is annoying. I mean, it's just more involved. Whereas if I take a screenshot using the screenshot button on the Switch Pro controller, if I take a screenshot at the end of each game, then I could just look in my gallery on the Switch and just look through and record all my scores that way, and it's a much simpler process. And I'd like to take some more statistics like my like the average, the mean, the median, the mode, maybe make a box and whisker chart. Alright. And for the first time ever, I've actually done it. I've had the idea for a while, I just always forget to do it. Alright. Yeah, that was the first time. Now we're a little more serious. Let's see how far we can get. And the last stream was the first time that I looked up an actual strategy guide to learn specifically what the different targets do, because there were some things that would happen in the game that I knew they were good, I just wasn't quite. I mean, obviously, as long as you know to keep the ball in play for as long as possible, you're going to get a high score one way or another. But I actually looked up to learn specifically how the different obstacles and targets work and what kind of score I get for hitting them. And so now I have a bit more of a strategic approach to playing the game now that I'm in the top 100. I think the best performance I've got is the times where if I flip over those cards on the bottom screen there, on the lower half of the pinball table, I'll get a royal flush, and that'll activate both the outlane stoppers and the gutter stopper at the bottom. And that lets me keep ball in play for a very long time with very minimal risk of losing the ball. And also a very high chance of eventually getting into the bonus round. Getting the bonus round is probably... Getting the royal flush in the lower table and getting the bonus round is probably some of my best pathways to getting a high score. As well as the slot machine, which I really only have so much... I don't have that much control over the slot machine. Yeah, I got Pauline to safety and kept the ball in play. It's hard to do both of those sometimes. There are times I've played on this stage a lot longer and I haven't been able to hit the numbers in the center long enough to make Pauline even come down. And also, obviously, my approach, I mean, this should be obvious anyway, but is to treat the upper table as though it's the only table while I'm playing there. And to try to keep the ball in play up there as long as possible, because as long as I'm up top, there's no risk of me losing a ball. No. Okay. I'll have bonus points added. Yeah, it saves the bonus points I earn in that little bank beneath my score, and that's in white text. Then it adds those at the end of each ball, I guess. So, you got an extra ball from that. Right into play. Today, I saw a YouTube video, speaking of pinball derivatives or cousins of pinball. I saw a video about this weird controller by a company called Coconuts Japan. It's a controller for the Famicom. And I knew this was a Famicom controller, and it's just a weird, like, U-shaped Famicom controller. And I just thought it was a weird, like, goofy third-party controller. But I actually learned, and I've seen this controller for years, what I didn't realize is that this controller is actually an analog controller for playing pachinko games. And now that I understand that controller's purpose, it makes so much more sense. And it was actually, I'm not hardcore enough to go around importing a Famicom and this pachinko controller. And there are only 2 games that this particular controller worked with anyway. But man, would it be cool if I was able to, if I saw all that at a retro shop and I had the cash for it, I would get it. But it was just a cool way to have an analog control to more accurately simulate a pachinko machine. I mean, there's not much to a pachinko machine, a pachinko video game on the in general anyway, let alone on the Famicom. Yeah, we kept the ball in play and got Pauline to safety. So, like, what's she even doing up there? Is she just marching back and forth looking for a way out, or I don't know. Hey, there we go. That's a nice... We're definitely going to get a personal, today's high score so far in this game, because we definitely outpaced our previous game, doggone. I wanted to go a little longer than that, but we got 2 nice, good... We got 2 decent bonus rounds out of that. 1,000. Doggone. I didn't take the screenshot in time. I did not take the screen. As soon as it racks up, I'm gonna have to take the screenshot from now on. Because when it goes to the game over, it doesn't show your score anymore. And there's no rewind feature, especially not in this high scoring mode. Now I wonder, I have to see if this game has, if the NES version of this is on the Nintendo Switch Online. I guess if it is, it would be interesting to play that with the rewind feature just to see how far, if I could roll the score over or whatever, or max it out, or what would happen at that point. If the game glitches out or what. That would be fun to see. And launch. There we go. I mean, I didn't want to lose a ball right off the bat like I did, but getting in the bonus round this early is something I don't mind at all. You can hopefully make up for that lost ball. I mean, if I do really good here, I could get as many points as I would have if I actually been able to keep the ball in play that much longer. Yeah, it's that tricky balance of saving Pauline while not letting the ball, while not losing that ball. Okay. I mean, if nothing else, I don't know if they give you you get 1,000 points when the ball exits the stage automatically, which are indicated by the 1,000 text on the right and left out lanes. I don't know if you get 1,000 points just for entering the bonus stage in this, but it's a nice consolation prize for those times when the ball launches in a way in which you can't even properly control where it's going, and you just lose the ball right away and you can't even play through the bonus stage properly. Okay. Got more than 10,000 bonus points so far. Now, if I get that shoot on the... Okay. I almost got it in there. That shoot, the tunnel on the right will give me... that's what starts the slot machine spinning. And 1,000, 2,000... Nice. Now that target okay, we got the slot machine going. Got one penguin we want the penguins most of all. No, doggone. You want to get the maximum score you can get from the slot machine is when you get 3 penguins. But if we can get the royal flush here, that would be really tight. Oh no, outlane. That doggone outlane. I launched the ball very gently there, 500, and down to the bottom table. Yeah, I used to play this game a lot on my actual NES, and on my NES, my NES is very finicky with this game. Well, actually, it's probably the cartridge itself. My game pack of Pinball for NES, which is how I originally played this, I believe. I got it off eBay in like 2004 or 5. I just kind of rediscovered some of the earlier NES titles. Man, 150,000. You're gonna probably get a bonus ball for all this. Okay, I took a screenshot, but we've got one more ball coming out. So if I don't remember that, I'm actually going to enter in a redundant score. That shouldn't be counted. I'll have to remember that woo, we got some hype going on there. Yeah, I get point. The seals will bounce out those balls 20 times, and each time I get extra points. Okay, there we go. Not in the outlet. No, right in the outlet. There we go. Okay. Launch. Oh. The slot machine going, but I couldn't keep the ball in play up there for very long. And bonus. I like getting, if I can get to the bonus round on my first ball, I feel like I'm in good shape. Potentially get today's best, if not a personal best. I mean, if I get PB, I am guaranteed pretty much to improve my global ranking. Because at this range, it seems like, my PB will be a ranking improvement if I can top my current PB. Actually, I have to check to see what the margin is between my current high score and the second best. Alright. I wanted to keep it in play a little longer, but oh well. Launch. Okay. Yeah, each time I hit that target over on Yeah, give me the jack. Queen. Oh. Not quite. Jack. No. Okay. I don't know, the fact that they chose to count the bonus points from the bonus rounds at the end of your game was kind of cool to me. It just adds a little extra element where it feels like you really are getting added points as opposed to just earning points throughout the course of the game. Hey, thank you, Outlane Stopper. You got the ace. No. Probably gonna get an extra ball. No. Now let's look at. You got who are we trying to beat right now? Because I'm in 84th place. Man, seems like the Japanese players are really into this particular game. Okay, we're trying to beat that guy. And I don't have, for once, I don't have my little TI 108 calculator with me. I usually have it on my table. I'm not sure what I did with it. I didn't leave this room, but okay, I'm just gonna look at the calculator app. Yeah. Calculator. There we go. Okay, so we've got 215. No, actually, let's put in the bigger score first. 220,390 minus my own score, which is 215,980. So I'm 4,410 points away. 4,410 points away from the next best score. Okay. Hold on. Let me look this up at Google. What? 215,980 and 20390. Difference between hold on, I'm gonna have to and value 2. Alright, so it looks like it's basically a 2% difference between my current high score and what I need to beat to improve my ranking. So we know specifically what we're shooting for. We're looking for a 2% improvement. I'm 4,410 points away. So really, that's only a few moments of game. You can get that in just a few moments of gameplay. So let's, knowing what we're getting into, let's start with that. Right down to the bottom table already. The bottom table, alright, launched it back up on top. But the bottom table is always an opportunity to to get the bonus round. So it's not always all bad. It's just on the bottom table you do have the risk of losing the ball. So the more points I get, the more time I can spend up here, the safer I am. And the longer I'm playing, the more potential I have for getting a high score. Yeah, like just a few moments bouncing between those 300-point bumpers there can mean the difference between the score I got and the score I need. So. We're already down to one ball. We haven't even been playing long, but I was kind of doing some other stuff on the side, so. Okay. This isn't the best round ever, but we're learning knowledge of exactly what we need to get to the next one. I wish it would highlight my score. That's one thing that's annoying. I'm 84th place. Like show that spot on there, just showing. I guess the spot's right above me. Oh, almost got to the bonus round. That was like a pixel off from getting to that bonus round. At this point, the bonus round would mostly just be good practice for doing the bonus round, because... Now, what would be interesting? How about... I just considered something else. If the ball physics between this... I could practice the bone. I'm gonna see. After this match, I want to see something real quick. And I forgot to take the screenshot. That's okay. I want to go into Nintendo Switch Online, see if NES Pinball is up there. Because if NES Pinball is up there, I could get into the bonus round and practice on the NES version. Because I can make a save state right before, right as I start the bonus round. Yeah, okay. Settings, okay. Move, oh, you can just sort them. Okay, it's a black box game. It should be Balloon Fight, Baseball, Donkey Kong, Excite Bike. Clue Clue Land is on here. Come on, if Clue Clue Land is on here and Pinball isn't, that would be so ridiculous. Donkey Kong 3, Wrecking Crew, Mighty Bomb Jack, Kung Fu Heroes, Crystallis, Immortals. Really? Oh, that is so pathetic. NES Pinball is not on here. How could Kung Fu Heroes is on here, and not? I'm not dissing on Kung Fu Heroes, but. How could you not have Pinball? It's like that game has no value. I don't think anyone on the face of planet Earth cares more about NES Pinball than me. I mean, how could... okay. Alright, so much for that idea. Alright. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Come on, there we go. Alright, back into Pinball. It's worth a shot. Could have worked. There we go. Yeah, so back to everywhere. The 10, the jack, the king. If we can get royal flush on the first ball, oh boy. Would that be something? No, that didn't even last long enough for me to... We just gotta get... We just gotta get... Oh boy. We just gotta get the ace. We gotta get the ace of spades and we have the royal flush. Oh, okay, bonus round. I'll take it. We're so close to getting the royal flush, though. No, doggone. Hey, nice. You got a royal flush because I didn't even know whether or not it would save the status on the lower table. Oh, we already used one of our outlane stoppers, which is not something you want to do. But we're pretty safe right now to just sit around and score a bunch of points. Hey, we got our outlane stoppers back. We're pretty solid right now. Right now, I'm pretty comfy right now to make a whole bunch of points. We can get today's personal best. I had the chance to launch my ball into the upper table. I just chose not to right there because I want to stay down here and score as many points as I can while I have all my good, my outlane stopper, all my royal flush benefits. I want to hatch a bunch of eggs and get my outlane stopper back on the right. There we go. Now, if I'm still in royal flush mode at the bottom of the screen, that would be bananas. I doubt it, but hey, we got royal flush, which is always a good thing. And we're still on the first ball, too, which is the most exciting part for me. We got the seals going. If we can get the slot machine and the royal flush... Oh, it saved my outblade stoppers, but not my gutter stopper. That's rather kind of the game, but... Didn't last long because I ended up getting out anyway. No, almost. No love lost, just a little bit of time. And this isn't a time run, this is a score run, so... And 500. Oh, almost got the 200 points there, not quite though. Can we get 2 royal flushes in the same... No, not in the same ball, but on the same go. It just wasn't happening. The ball just ran right between those flippers. I was helpless there. Hey, bonus round. Let's do this. Let's do this. No. Oh well. Yeah, we got the seals going. Got the slot machine going. 1 penguin. No dice. We gotta match 3 to get any kind of special bonus from the slot machine. And the best special bonus you can get is if you manage to score all 3 penguins on the slot machine. No. Oh, it's not gonna... I didn't mean for it to... I hit the home button instead of the screenshot button. That was the end of my game anyway, so... I didn't mean to do that again. Okay. But while I am, I might as well take some water. And we've broken 1,000. We've gone straight to 2,000. Stayed under 1,000 points for longer than you usually are able to. Usually just in the course of launching the ball, you instantly get a certain number of points. Okay. 3. The pink target moving back and forth, the bumper, that is what stops the slot machine. So we've got 3. 3, no match. No match this time. Penguin 37, Penguin 37. Those are the only... I got all 3. You can only, the slot machine only stops on Penguin, a 3, or a 7. So you have a 1 in 3 chance of getting a penguin with each real stop, so which isn't so bad compared to if they had an actual full range of slot results. Okay, and launch. There we go. And we're still on our first ball. Anytime I get a bonus in the bonus stage and get the ball properly in play in the bonus stage, nice. So we're tearing it up right now. It puts that little bit of physics on the ball, like, so it doesn't lose momentum and end your game. Hey, 500, there's the 500, 500, that's 1,000 for getting up there. Another 100, 100, 500, the slot machine is running, and we did not. We got the ace, we got the king, which we already didn't need. We need, come on, give me the queen. No, not happening yet. And, no. Alright. And 1,000. Hey, there we go. Almost 10,000 bonus points there, not bad. Oh no. Got the ace. Oh yeah, almost got through the outline. I was scared. Oh no. See, this has happened a few times where I almost get into the left out lane, avoid it, but then I end up launching the ball straight into the right out lane. Okay, 500. And down the left exit chute. Come on. Yeah, that's nice. Queen? Okay, I got the... No. Oh no! See, I took a screenshot, but it got another ball. So it's so tricky doing this. It shouldn't be, but oh well. Last 300. Okay, I got it. I got that screenshot in the last frame before the game canceled itself, before the game went to the game over screen. Alright. No improvement in the rankings, but... I mean, it's so silly, like... Nintendo Switch Online doesn't have NES Pinball. Then the NES Classic didn't have NES Pinball. I mean, it's not like they were gonna do an NES Classic Edition Volume 2. What's the point of withholding NES Pinball? Like, it only adds more value to the to the services or products. So the only virtual console or digital version of the NES version of this I have access to is on my Wii U. Okay. I usually don't do this, but I'm just gonna go ahead and restart. First ball. 10, 500, 6, 720, 920, 1,000. Okay. Lower lane. No, right straight into my out lane. Doggone. Launch. 500. No. No. Okay, there we go. Oh, it fell. Hey, there we go. Just gotta get that ace of spades. Oh. No. Got 200, 300, 400. Got. Oh, it's. I don't know what circumstances in which it does or doesn't reset the cards. Man, we only had the ace of spades left, and I couldn't keep the ball in play. I don't think the invisible flippers messed me up that bad, but I guess they didn't help. Hey, how about that? Oh, I wasn't gonna win the slot machine anyway. And we got the queen. Oh, we got the ace. Oh, I can see from the arc of that ball, it was gonna go right between my doggone flippers. Oh. You see, I took the screenshot, but then there was one more ball, so... Let's go for this. I've got to improve my score by, what, 6%? No, what do I have to do? I got to improve my score by 2% in order to get a PB and improve my ranking on the global leaderboards. So let's take another swing at this. Sorry, I'm just messing with my... Where is... Okay. And there we go. And there's my broadcast offer. Now let's do this. Yeah, 2% difference between my 84th place ranking and whoever's sitting on 83rd right now, who appears to be someone from Japan, so I can't read their screen name. But that's the one we're gunning for. Basically, if I improve my current PB by almost any amount, I I just have to get 2% better than my current PB, and I will improve my rankings at least to 83rd place, and I'm currently sitting at 84th. Hey, oh, that didn't go well. But hey, at least I'm back on... Got at least an extra 1,000. Just for entering the bonus round. You get 1,000 points for exiting the bonus round, so you get at least automatic extra 1,000. And, yeah, so at least an extra... It's an automatic 1,000 just for exiting the bonus round, even if you can't keep the ball in play properly. And you do get launched back to the top table, which in a sense is almost like getting an extra ball, I do say. Because you're getting launched to a part of the table where you can play there as long as you don't fall back down. There's no risk of you losing a ball. So. Hey, I've got almost 5,000 total bonus points so far. So, I'd like to get myself enough bonus points so I can get at least one more ball at the end of this. No! Okay, that's it. I'm probably gonna lose now. I don't think I'm gonna get an extra ball. Yeah, so when that flashing happens, that's my chance to take the screenshot. I have to remember that from now on. The score counts down, the screen flashes, and I can take the screenshot. For my purposes of taking these screenshots, it would be better if they did tell me if I was going to get a reserve ball, because the game will know whether or not I'm going to have a reserve ball based on how many bonus points I have at the time. Okay. And down to the lower screen we go, in pursuit of a royal flush. No, right between the flippers. Right down the gutter. Seven. No, not happening. Queen. Jack. And right into the 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. No, not 4,000 there. Bonus time. Look at that bonus score rack up. 350. Oh, didn't even make it to 1,000. Well, we got 1,000 for exiting, like I said, so even though I didn't do that great there, I still get at least the extra 1,000. 300? Oh no, not happening. Yeah, there's 100. You got the. You get that extra 300 up there. Nope. At least not yet. Ace of spades. That's the one sad thing I just considered. If this was made into a physical pinball table, it would be hard to incorporate the bonus game into this. Well, I mean, I'm sure there could be a way, but it would just be hard to do. That didn't last long. Hey! I don't know how you activate the outlane. Doggone! I don't know how you activate the gutter ball stopper. I didn't even know. Was I even aware there was a gutter ball stopper for the upper table? Yeah, I do not know how to activate the gutter ball stopper on the upper table. I know you activate the gutter ball stopper down, the gutter stopper down here by you get the royal flush. It gives you the gutter stopper and the outline stoppers. I don't know how. The 10, the king. No. 10, king. Jack. Ace. Oh, all we have. Can the queen? Can we get the queen and get the royal flush right now? Oh, I was so close. I was so close. Come on, queen. Oh no! The queen has been overthrown. Oh, I didn't wait for the flashing. We've got an extra ball. I wasn't expecting. Oh, now I get the queen. Great. Great job, Fate. I'm sure Fate has bigger things to be concerned with than whether or not I can get a high score in versus pinball. But I'm gonna blame that one, and not my ability to play the game. No Johns versus pinball. I wish it would just say my score when I beat the game on an on-screen way I didn't have to worry about. This would make this whole thing of trying to take screenshots to record my scores much simpler. And I can't pause to look at my score either, so... Oh, almost got the skills going. No. Alright. Sitting back in bed, getting a little comfy. Seeing how it... In about 10 minutes, I am going to take a break. Yeah, I've only got to get... I only have to improve my PB by 3% in order to get to 83rd place or better. Because the 83rd place player, we checked it earlier, they were only ahead of me by like 4,000 points. And you can get 4,000 points in a matter of seconds. Like... Right there, just by getting those seals, gave me about a third of what I need to beat my PB. And getting my PB almost guarantees me. It's only like a 3% difference between my score and the 83rd place player. I started off at like 512th place. No, I started off at 596th place, so Now that the fact that I'm down to 84th place is quite the improvement. I mean, to be fair, most people only probably play this for maybe 20 minutes at the most and then never touch it again. And, okay. Ooh. 10. We almost got Royal Flush a couple of games ago, but I just couldn't get the queen in time. Okay, so 10. We're hatching a lot of chickens, which is hatching the chickens is what gets us the outlane stoppers, and hatching chickens is eventually what gets Bubbles from Klukaland to come out and save our ball. So that's why that happens. We're hatching all those chickens down there. Oh, I almost got straight into the bonus, but we did get the jack there, and we... Jack, and then we... No. Okay, there we go. No, we got the outline. Not the best, but not bad either. I mean, seeing that I have 3 balls ready to go on a fresh game is always a bit of an uplifting thing. Immediately following me losing, of course, but seeing that, you know, hey, you get to try again, you have a fresh game ready to go, it's a good feeling. Alright. It's like the boundless possibilities of what this game could bring. Okay. 10. Jack. King. Ace. Oh, it's once again, it's down to the queen. Come on, give me the queen. Oh my, I'm gonna let it roll down there. Come on. Oh my gosh. Ooh, the suspense. Oh no. Man, so close. But that's the joy and that's the up and downside of pinball, right? There's only so much control you have, but it's really just about reacting to what happens and being able to keep the ball on play and get as many points as you can. And there's something good that's I just like the balance of control and lack of control in this game. And as far as, I mean, mind you, I'm not very well versed in the video pinball genre, but I do consider this one of the best ever made. I mean, the only video pinball games I've really truly played are this and Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire. And what else? Oh, I rented Pokemon Pinball for Game Boy Color once or twice back in the day. On Game Boy Color. And so, you know, I really wanted Pokemon Pinball for Game Boy Color too. I remember looking at the previews for it, Nintendo Power, and being really like, oh man, I can't wait to get this, and I never got it. I never, to be fair, I never would properly ask my parents for it either. I tended not to ask my parents for things that I wanted, because I was just under this assumption that if I wanted it, I'd get it myself somehow. My parents didn't quite raise me like that. I mean, they somehow instilled that in me without being really harsh about it or something, or maybe that was just my own personality shining through, or... Yeah, a lot of things, I was determined to get my own stuff in a lot of situations where that wasn't a realistic possibility. We got launch that ball. 57. Hey, I want to know how I activated my outlines that time, and the gutter stopper. Queen. It's like you can either get the queen and nothing else, or everything else but the queen. The queen is the. Once again, took the screenshot without actually it being the end of the game and not my final score. But I'll be able to tell if I have any screenshots where I still have one ball left. I'm gonna know it's that wasn't Alright. And launch. And no. No, not quite. Oh, 20,000. Oh, come on. Can I get the Royal Flush today? In this game. I've gotten it today, like, I think twice? No, I think at least once. I got it once today, I think. And ace. You just gotta get the queen and the jack. Okay. Gonna hatch some purple chickens. No! Okay. Yeah, because I got all of those, But this is a chance to get those last two cards for the Royal Flush, so I'm very excited. No, it didn't last too long. You just gotta get back up. Get back up there. Get those last couple of cards. Hey. Get the last couple of cards once we, hopefully I'll save the progress with the Royal Flush once we get back down. But for now, I'm going to score as many points as I can up here where it's pretty safe. Can we get the 400? We gotta get 500? Can we get 600? Sound like an auctioneer. No. I never set the cards. But, hey! Nice! No. Oh. Come on. Give me... We got the king. We got... No, we almost got the ace, but nothing. Alright. So we're gonna play through the end of this game. And then I'll take take my my break. King. Alright, so we're just gonna finish off this game. I don't even think we broke 100,000 yet this session. Let's see if we can do it now. No, didn't even get a single ball in, but that's alright. No, that's that. Oh, we got a bonus ball. Just getting my timer ready for... Alright. Because I'm not gonna fudge this. I am gonna play this, finish this one ball. And then I'll do, say an 8-minute break. And that's that. Hey, at least we broke 10,000 that time. But I'm going to, I'm going to take an 8-minute break. Let's set our timer here. 8 minutes. And go over to... We're not going to have... We're going to have... Gonna mute that. I'm gonna mute my my microphone, and I'll be back in 8 minutes. And thanks for sticking with me. We're gonna come back. We're gonna do another hour of pinball, and then that'll be it. Hey, welcome back. I'm just taking a swig of water. And hold on. And we're right back to it. So we'll go on for another hour and call it. Yep, there we go. So let's get to it. Okay. There we go. Oh, not so great. Got my outlane stoppers going though. I already got a couple of cards flipped. Got the king and the queen. But can we get... we do want to hatch some purple chickens, but first... Oh no. If I can't... Yeah, if I can't get the Mura flush first... I think at this point we do have a ball save from Bubbles lined up. For almost. There we go. Hey, right into the bonus stage. No. Okay, we're gonna get 1,710 points. From 1,710. Okay, I got that right. I'm getting good at this. Ace. We only gotta get the jack and the 10. Oh, right back into the bonus stage. And we redeem ourselves in the bonus stage. Okay. 1, 2. Nice. Kept the ball in play and rescued Pauline. And another 1,000 just for exiting the bonus stage. Take what we can get. And come on. 10? Just gotta get that last card. Thank you, Bubbles. I correct that properly because I think if I hatch enough purple chickens, I do get the ball saved from Bubbles. So the ball didn't stay up there too long this time. Come on. Oh no. Yeah. Come on. A little to the left. Oh no. Okay. And no. It keeps teasing me every time I get the ball up there. Like I'm gonna get that last card. Okay. Thank you, Bubbles, once again, because we hatched all those purple chickens. We got the ball stoppers and the ball save. Nope, not happening. And 1. King. No. Launch that ball and... Got the slot machine running. You just gotta get... Okay, 7. Come on, no. 7. Come on. 3 sevens. And, I spent the 7. That's as close as I got to a full match for it in a long time. Actually, I think by the time I got the stopper up there, it must have been from the slot machine. I forgot what the different slot machine results earn you, though. I do know the best result is getting 3 penguins. 78,000, 79,000, 80,000, 81,000 something. Oh, we got a bonus ball. Okay. For the 500. Got so close to getting Royal Flush every time. It's really so extreme. But, no. 98,000. Will we get a, okay. We're closing in on a Royal Flush again. We just need to get the Queen and the Ace. No. Oh, thank you, Bubbles. The wiki? I don't think... Oh, doggone. No, I missed getting the screenshot. Yeah, the strategy wiki article for this doesn't say that it's Bubbles. It says that a red pinball with wings. So I don't even think they realized that that's supposed to be Bubbles. But it is a wiki, so I could go in and update that. Because that is so very definitely supposed to be Bubbles. Is Clue Land on Arcade Archives? I just thought of that. See those going. 1,000 here, 1,000 there. I mean, I'm not doing so hot, but... Got the Queen. Got the Ace. No, not happening. Yeah, we got Pauline, and right back in the bonus stage again. We managed to score. Wow, we got the Pauline right before it, wow, we're turning it up so far. Because I wasn't able to keep the ball in play, but I was able to have it register Pauline. being saved right before it booted me out of the bonus stage, to the point where it was still playing the bonus chime while it was playing the bonus. It was playing the bonus chimes when I was back on the regular table because I just got booted out so quickly. But by earning some hatching purple chickens and getting some ball saves. There we go. There's our ball save. I didn't want to use it that soon, but yeah. And we still got the queen and the ace before we get our royal flush going. And I have a feeling if we can get royal flush, we can get a PB this run. No. Oh, thank you, Bubbles, once again. No. Oh. Hey, that's not bad for a first ball. Come on. And we'll launch. And 1,000, 2,000. No. Sometimes you can get some nice action going on there with the bounce. Okay. 200. No, that didn't go so well. Last ball. I'm probably gonna get a bonus ball out of this. We'll see. Seals going, lighting up that, taking out all the lights in the tunnel on the right makes the seals go. If I can get another 700, that would be nice from that target on the right, on the upper right. Yeah, it's really just looking at that. I think the key to that top board is looking at that pink bumper that goes back and forth, and just knowing where that bumper's going to be when you launch your ball, and where it's going to cause the ball to travel to next. This is the furthest past 100,000 we've gotten so far in today's run. 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Oh, I got a bonus ball. I forgot about that. And so it's still not over yet. I could do it really good. 10. No! Okay, thank you, Bubbles. Thank you, Bubbles. Got the queen. We just gotta get the jack and the ace. Come on, jack. And thank you, Bubbles. Oh, thank you. Oh, man. Ooh, it didn't last long, but boy did that add a lot of, that's as good as getting back up here with my only one ball left is as good as getting an extra ball, in my opinion. So we'll just... Oh no, oh wow. Ooh, ball, going crazy. Crazy momentum. Aw. Well, like I said, once again, getting back up here is always a blessing. And we can see our flippers again, which always helps. No! Doggone. Yeah, 17,000. I think that is as far as we've gotten so far today. I think that's our high score today so far. We got another 44 minutes to see how far we can go. 10, 510, 720. Thank you, Bubbles. I'm considering a thank you, Bubbles emote, but so 17,000 is the furthest we've gotten so far today. And we got the slot machine going, only to immediately go back down to the lower table, and getting down to the lower table is always just another opportunity to get a royal flush. So I wanted to hatch a few chickens before I made it down, before I got out there, but there's really no point in resetting unexpectedly, because I mean, there's just so little at stake. It's not like a game where it's like, alright, I don't want to waste an hour playing because I know I did bad in the first couple of levels, so there's no way I'm going to get a PB. So you might as well just keep playing because there's nothing else, it's just practice. It's just more practice. Keep playing. I reset it once today, I think. Alright. Oh, almost got into the bonus round. No, not quite. Almost managed to salvage it, but... So this isn't going to be the hottest game I've ever played right now. But it's always an opportunity to practice. And that's that. Alright, fresh game, let's do this. A-roll yet. Slot machine. This is the second game in a row I've activated the slot machine at the beginning of the game. I've only been at my current high score has only been sitting there for I got it last week, and I'm only like, there's only a 3% difference between my current high score at 84th place and the 83rd place player. I did some math earlier. I only have to improve my score by like 3% in order to get a PB and beat and make it to 83rd place or better. So not much of a very narrow margin by which I need to improve. So basically, getting a PB will get me at least 83rd place right now. There we go. Nice save. As you can see, it was on the way out, so I had to make a tricky little shot there to bounce it towards my other. I had to make a tricky shot with my right flipper to bounce it towards the left. Now I've gotten. Either I can get the queen, and either I get the queen and nothing else, or I get all the other cards except for the queen. Because I'm trying to get. We got, I think, one royal flush earlier today, but that's it. Okay, and we're. There we go. Got the 10. Just gotta get the queen and the ace and the other card. Okay. Nope, not happening. Alright. Watch. Slot machines. I don't know, I just have this weird habit, or I can't say it's a habit because I only have so much control, but it just seems to keep happening that I activate the slot machine and then end up, yeah, none of those were, not a single match there, so not really. Hey, I got the king. Thank you, Outlane Bumper. I'm just gonna hatch a few more chickens in hopes I can get my Outlane Bumpers back, but it didn't happen. Hey, everybody, I'll be ready to go in a couple of seconds. And another unscheduled, unplanned stream for some pinball. I've adjusted my layout a bit for this. Now I just want to increase this text size a tiniest bit. Hello. Gotta scroll. There we go. And yeah, make it a little bigger. Fine tune it a bit. Yeah, I like that. That looks alright. And I'll just set the timer. This is going to be another 2-hour tops stream. The lighting is going to be a little. This is mostly just sort of to test the lighting I'm using now, which is all natural. So let's get started. And if I happen to be able to break my PB, on the bottom ticker that's scrolling by, you could actually see all those stats I'd like to mention about how close I am to improving my ranking and the percent difference and all that kind of stuff. And I changed the scoreboard that's included with the game. I decided to crop out. I decided not to use that in my layout and move that over to the side on that empty. And I moved my timer there too. And that's the time till I either take a break or move on to just end the game. And the stream. So this is just to see how I feel at the end of this. Experimenting with all kinds of different settings and different ways to play the games, because it's just been so odd to me how I could use this setup I'm using for, as long as I need to. But then once I start streaming, I have all these symptoms as though I've been sitting in this chair for like 5 hours straight when I've only been streaming for like 40 minutes. And I always make sure not to be at my setup more than necessary for like an hour or two before, so I'm not just settled down and crammed in here. But I've had worst first balls. For my first game of the day, I'm doing pretty alright so far. Hatching a lot of purple chickens. Already got two. Okay, we're almost... We only have to get one more card. Yeah, Royal Flush. This is the first time I think I've ever gotten a Royal Flush on my first ball, so we're already in very good shape here. Now, if I actually improve my ranking, I'd have to do some math and update all those stats. Oh, shucks. Really? Okay. Oh, yeah, I got the ball save. I forgot, because I hatched all those purple chickens. So it would be really awful if I got the ball save. And then ended up got my right outlane stopper back. I'm in really strong shape right now to get a PB. And I'm only on my first ball. Already got 50,000 points. Yeah, if I get a personal best, I'm gonna have to redo a bunch. I have to... No. Yeah, that's... For the one time I don't want it to go to the stopper. I mean, to the launch lane. Because I wanted to go ahead and just get as many points here as I can. Because with my twin outlane stoppers and my gutter stopper, I'm pretty much just getting scoring a bunch of free points right now. I'm still on my very first ball. So I'm only like... I'm only just a couple hundred points away. I was doing my math live and without my TI 108 that I like to use for all this kind of stuff. So I'm actually in really good position to get a PB right now. Because if I can get to 100,000 without losing a single ball, the rest is all just, you know, I can only go up from there. So I am taking this seriously, but I'm also playing pretty... I have pretty much a free game right now. I have a pretty clear path. Oh no! I ran my mouth too much. Almost got 100,000 points on my first ball, so... That's pretty dope. 97,000. If I could have got to 100,000 on my first ball, that would have been almost too good to be true. If I can get another Royal Flush... And that's with no bonus points. I've not gotten in the bonus point round once in this game. Oh no. Okay. Last ball. I'm gonna get at least one bonus ball. We got to 100,000. We need 200,000 to at least begin to challenge my old PB, but... 1,000, 2,000. We got 100. We broke 100,000. I mean, we got more than double what we've already got, I believe. I can only spend so much time looking at the my score and trying to do some quick on-the-fly math while I keep my eye on the ball as well. Okay, Royal Flush. Let's do it. Got the ace. Yeah, almost got it. That was scary for a second. Okay, we got another. There's our extra ball. Can we get 300? Let's get 500. No, not happening. Got the ace. Oh no. Alright. So we got pretty far there. And launch. Not even 10 minutes in, we already got a 100,000 game going. Yeah, that was a really good first game. We got about halfway to my PB, so... Got the slot machine going. Got one penguin. No, we didn't get... No 3 penguins that time. The best result is to get 3 penguins on the slot machine. Oh no, okay. I wonder if I should be like, if I don't even get to 100,000... If I don't even get like 50,000 points... If I don't make it to 100,000 on my first ball, I might as well reset. I wonder if I'm getting to that point where I have to start making decisions like that. And you do get points for... Oh, bonus round. No. Okay. 1,000. Get that from the upper table. Which I'm glad. Yeah. Did we get... No. Got the queen. Got the king. Can we get the 10 and the ace? Come on. 29. 30. No. Those doggone outlanes. They get me every time. That's the point. I should focus on hatching the chickens from now on. You know what? From now on, I'm going to make it a personal policy to aim for hatching chickens before I go after the royal flush. And that's going to get me a lot further, a lot faster. So I'm going to specifically aim with the chickens. Okay. And, okay, we got the queen. Okay. That's the way there. You haven't... I'm still focusing on hatching the chickens. When I happen to get it up there. Okay, I only have the ace left. Come on. No! Doggone. That was tense, but... Oh, I got the bonus ball for... Wasn't... I keep taking a screenshot before I stop to think if I've gotten my bonus ball yet or not. I wish I could actually show you on the interface if you have a bonus ball due to you at the end of your regular game or not. Nice. Got the queen. We got the outline stoppers going. And we're out for real now. You know, I'm gonna have to consider, like, the second I know the ball's about to leave the screen, that's when I'm going to go for taking my screenshot of my score. I think that's what I'll do from here on. 10,000. Yeah. In the future, if I make less than 10,000 before I get my first ball, let's say less than 20,000 before I lose my first ball, I'm probably just gonna go ahead and reset. You got 23,000, so we can keep playing this one. Always bounces off that. Well, it doesn't always, but often enough, it bounces right off that 1,000 as I launch my first ball. Not as impressive with my first game or my last one, but we do have one more ball coming after this. I'll launch. No. Now, if I collect enough purple chickens, that's when I'll be eligible for a ball save. Yeah. Just like I said. And... Oh, no. Not happening. I mean, we've only got the king. I'd rather reactivate my ball stoppers or make it... Oh, no. Hey, bonus round, my first ball. I'll take that as a good sign. You can very quickly end up having more bonus points than actual regular points. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't able to keep the ball in play, but yeah, I have more bonus points right now than regular points. So that's. I'm still on my first ball, so that's pretty exciting. Let's see if I could just make this last keep the ball in play as long as I can. I've got the outlane stoppers for hatching chickens. Didn't last as long as I would have liked, but man, I could have kept that ball going for more than a few minutes. That would be pretty cool. Uh-oh. Bonus round again. Yeah, I wasn't able to save Pauline or get too much for it, but at least we got the 1,000 and we made it back up to the top. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of bonus stages in there so far. This is not easy. Because I'm having to keep my eyes on the upper stage to wait for Pauline to fall. While also trying to predict where the ball's going to go so I can keep the ball in play. Because if she falls, I want to be there to catch it. That platform on the right is probably going to be the one to go. Let's see. Oh no! Okay. No. Okay, this is our last regular ball, then there's the bonus ball. So once we lose this, we're gonna have our bonus ball and play that one. Top of the board for too long. So we get our bonus ball. I didn't even get to 100K, but still. I felt like I did good as far as this game, but I still have one more ball to play. Where's this turn around? Okay. Oh wait, that was... Oh wait, so that was my bonus ball. Alright. I just want to pause for a second. I just have to get a couple of things. I'll be right back. I just want to mute my mic. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah. And I just got up for only a couple of seconds, so when I didn't have the process in my head of like, oh, I have to, you know, when I leave, I mute the mic and do this and do that, then I get up and leave, and then I come back, I unmute it, but I just got up to get something on the other side of the room real quick, and it changed the category I was streaming under. Hey, Jacob and Board, by the way. Yeah, I was right before I unmuted the mic, I was saying I admit this isn't the most exciting game in the world to watch someone play, which is why I've been using it for testing stuff lately. Like right now, I'm using all natural lighting right now. I want to see if that's affecting the weird symptoms I've been getting while streaming. And I thought, you know what? Since I'm streaming pinball, I might as well stream under the generic pinball category. Which I've seen one video, like one stream, someone had like, you get a good 15 viewers repairing an actual physical arcade cabinet. I mean, a pinball table. And then for me, I saw someone else playing some random pinball game. So it's like, you know, if someone's expressing the retro, they probably don't necessarily want to see this. Whereas if I stream under pinball, at least the people who might have that, be watching that category, might browse into that category, might actually be specifically interested in what I'm doing. There we go. 20. No, okay, got the king. And got the queen. Okay, we're doing good. We got 3/5 of the way. It's the royal flush. And we're still on the first ball. We can do like the first game today, where I got a royal flush with my first ball. 7th, 30,000. You know what? Maybe I will not accept a run unless I can get at least 50,000 on my first ball. Because that's about a quarter of the way there. Come on, ace. No, we got the 10. Good. I need it. No, doggone. And we got to 53,000, so I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, I'm gonna stand by for that mostly. If I don't get at least 50,000. Well, you know what? If I reset that much, well, usually I get it with 50,000 anyway, but if I reset that much, I would be excluding having I want as many of my games as possible to be recorded in the data that I'm collecting of my own performance. So I actually am probably going to play through all the games without resetting. I'm probably going to stick with whatever game I'm up to, however it's going. 700. Can I get the 700 target on the right? And now we're down to the lower screen. almost got into the bonus round there. Oh no, straight through the flippers. And launch. 79. Come on. 80,000. Got another 400. Down to the lower screen. And the bonus round is in session. And not for long, but I do get at least the extra 1,000. I got the slot machine active. Got one penguin. Got no penguin and a 7. That's not gonna do much. I think there's penguin 3 and 7. There's not many. There are only 3 different results you get on each reel. So, and we get a bonus ball. Got to 90,000. So at least this is likely to be at least 100,000 points. I consider 100,000 decent. 50. Yay. There's like a little bit of a gravity effect to the bonus round poll, which is very generous. Hey, I saved Pauline and put the ball back into play. That's always the best possible. I didn't get to play with the ball much longer. We're gonna get to 100k this game. 98. No, right down to the bottom table. Yeah, there's a bit of a gravity to the bonus game hole that really helps. It's in favor of the player. It kind of sucks the ball towards the hole. Otherwise, you may not have been able to be. Alright, this is the final score. We broke 100k at least. Sorry, just doing a little on-the-cuff math. So 107,000 is roughly our halfway point. 107k will be halfway there. So when we get to 107, then we know it's like, okay, we're halfway there. Hey, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Got 400 there. And we got the king. We got king. 2/5 loaded. Man, we got a little chicken hatching spree there. Oh man, oh no card flips. No card flips at that moment. We got the purple chicken, so I was about to say, we got the purple chicken, so we do have a Bubbles rescue coming up. No, right between my flippers. And 500. Okay, 38. Bonus time. Yeah, I did a little testing of my setup for the next game I want to play, the next new game I'm playing, which will be on this coming Friday. It might be a little later in the evening, I'm probably going to start with maybe an half hour, an hour of Mario 35, because I haven't played that since the last time you saw me on stream playing it. And that's fun. But I was really interested. I wanted to see if I could get my dual monitor setup going, because the people at Best Buy, they told me that with the PC I have, if I have one cable running out my AV port on the computer that I otherwise don't use, if I have my old-fashioned VGA video cable running out to one monitor, and then I have my HDMI cable running out of my video card and hook them both to different monitors, I'll have a dual monitor setup. Instead, if I have my VGA monitor set up, if I have the VGA plugged into the VGA port on the PC, the computer itself will say, "What are you doing? It's the year 2020. Why are you connected to VGA?" And refuse to boot. It says, "Connect to the HDMI port on a video card and reset the computer." It will not boot for anything. And Royal Flush. Now we're on the road to, we got a free game going on right now, pretty much, is what I call it. I'm not a big chess player, but I know that the chess tournament has a free game. A game where you have the luxury of control over whatever part of the board you want to influence. And so right now I consider myself to have a free game on this little table here with the stoppers in place. Well, the drain stopper and the outlet stoppers. We're gonna get to 100,000 pretty soon. 394. Come on, we need to get that outlet stopper back ASAP. So we don't want to. No. Okay, that was scary. Okay, 100,000. Can we get to 107? That's the next big milestone. If we can get to 107. 107K. No. 107K. No! Okay. Hey, thank you, Bubbles. Didn't want to use you so soon. We are going to have to hatch a bunch of chickens to get our outline stoppers back into play. Because the outline stoppers are the only hazard I'm facing right now. Come on, to the right. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, so we're more than halfway there right now. More than halfway to PB and improving our global ranking. From 36, no, from 84 to 85. And I do get points for hatching the chickens as well. They aren't just for activate. Okay, I was scared for a second. More than halfway to our outlane stoppers are active. I have a free game down here once again. I want to get cocky though. Didn't want to have to use that stopper so soon. And oh no! That was nice. We got a lot of points. We have this ball and one more. 50,000. It's so scary playing this without my stopper there. Once my gutter stopper once I get used to it. But can we get another royal flush with this last ball? Oh, I almost got into the bonus round there. Oh. Get one more ball after this. Let's see how it goes. So, last ball. No. That was not it. That wasn't a good last ball. But hey. That was pretty good. And watch. 10, 500. I love that initial moment when you only have like a double-digit score, and you have like 10 or 80 or something like that. It just escalates rapidly from then on. Okay. Not quite. We're back down here. And launch. 90. Game versus Pinball Arcade. Top 100? Yeah, top 100. Right now I'm testing a lot of stuff lately, and so I'm like, hey, why don't I play a game that I like that probably no one actually wants to watch while I'm testing stuff. So if my internet cuts out or if my settings are bad, I don't know what's been going on, because I use this setup I've got right here for everything I do, and I'm fine. But then I start streaming, and then like a half hour in, I'm having all these symptoms like I've been sitting here, like, without moving for like 5 hours. But and I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. So I'm like, is it psychological? Like, I mean, it's the same chair I normally sit in, and I'm fine. I don't know if I'm too tense when I'm streaming. I don't feel like I have stage fright, because I know what stage fright feels like. I was trying to figure out how to do a dual monitor setup, because I already have 2 monitors on my setup, but I really don't need them. I just want to play a DOSBox game, because I want to play a lot of DOS games. I just haven't got the chance to yet. But there's this one game that I'm probably gonna play next time. This is an unplanned stream. The last couple of days I've also been experimenting with just doing spur of the moment, unannounced, unplanned streams. So there's this game for DOS that's arguably the first. Is my webcam freezing? Is it freezing for you as you're seeing this? Is it the webcam freezing? It's not for me, at least from what I can see. It's not freezing, it's just that right now I'm using all natural light, because I've tried so many different things to figure out why I'm having these weird symptoms only when I'm streaming, and my lighting setup is something I only have turned on while I'm live. Okay. Oh yeah, you're just asking what different problems I'm having. Yeah. I'm just using all natural light in the room I'm streaming in for the first time. It's the first time I haven't used any additional lights. To see if maybe just the lights are causing. I mean, I have weird things like my face will start tingling, and like I can't feel my lips for a second, and it's like I take a break every hour and a half. I take like a 6-minute break when I'm streaming typically. So having all these weird symptoms just doesn't seem to add up, because like if I was sitting here for like 3 or 4 hours without getting up, yeah, sure, but it's like a half hour in, I shouldn't be feeling weird. You know, like I'm sitting down for too long. When I've always been extremely vigilant about hydration and for taking stretch breaks and stuff like that. To the point where I have a bunch of different timers and stuff that's as part of my setup and like physically on my table to help me keep track of that. But yeah, there's this DOS game from like '93 that comes with this, and I actually got this DOS game in the '90s via a floppy disk. And the README file for this game is basically a creepypasta about how this game appeared on his computer after he was abducted by aliens, and there's this whole story. And it's basically the first, as I'm aware of, the earliest game associated with like having a creepypasta to go with it. And until just a few years ago, whenever I'd search this game online, I'd find almost no mention or almost no information about it or results that were relevant to the game other than my own webpage for it. finally, a couple years ago, someone, it might be 3 or 4 years by now, but someone did a video about this game and the sort of lore behind it. And it sort of got a slight bit of resurgence because of that, to the point where they actually were able to locate the creator of the game. Because there's, like, information that comes with the game, including, like, the business address of the guy who made the game. But it was obsolete, so no one really knew how to contact this guy, or where he was, or whatever, and all the phone numbers and addresses associated with it were obsolete, which only added to the sort of creepypasta lore that comes with the game. And it's not quite a horror game, but I thought it would be something interesting to play as we approach October. But yeah, my video equipment is fine. I'm just testing the different ways to sit. Like, I'm a little more laid back. I'm sitting up at attention anyway as I play. And we got 28K, not so bad. But yeah, thanks for dropping in. Yeah, this is the first time I've played, like, well, pinball's kind of my therapy game. Like, if I'm having a lot of conversation with viewers, and the conversation, I feel, becomes more interesting than what I'm playing at the moment, I'll just pop in either some version of a Nintendo Pinball to start playing. And the cool thing about this version is that it does have online leaderboards, which is how I know my global ranking and stuff like that. You know what? It's funny, because I was doing the exact opposite. Because I was playing this under Retro the last few times I've been playing it. And then I was like, and then about 20 minutes ago, he's like, you know what? Let me stream it under Pinball and see what happens. Because I was streaming under Retro for, this is like my 3rd day in a row I've done an unplanned stream. And, getting back into the mystery of how I number my streams, if there's an exclamation point at the end of the stream number, it means it was an unplanned stream. Yeah, so I've been streaming it under Retro for a while, and I was already coincidentally following the pinball stream, because mostly what I've been seeing is people fixing pinball tables, and either playing random video pinball games, either playing random pinball video games, or doing repairs to actual physical tables. And oh, right between the bumpers. Thank you, Bubbles from Cuckoo Land, who is yeah, I guess I don't know if pinball. Yeah, I don't know if. Well, I was trying to get lucky. I don't know if. I'm wondering if pinball. Yeah, oh, you know what? I'm so far away from the screen that I'm reading chat on that I didn't realize that you said might G a good idea instead of right might be a good idea. So I didn't even notice that the typo was there. I wonder if pinball was intended for like a particular pinball game that was called Pinball, and then people just started using it like the way people were using that retro game for PS2 to represent like retro games in general. Therefore, retro will always say shooter because that was one of the tags that the retro title on PS2 had associated with it. We're off. Yeah, I need to get 100. Yeah, if I get a 107K, then I'm at least. I actually recently started learning this. Once I made it to 28th place, I went ahead. I started at like 500th something place when I first started doing this. When I made it to the top 100, I actually went and read the strategy wiki on what the different targets do. Because, you know, obviously, if you keep the ball in play as long as you can, which was my basic strategy before, just keeping the ball in play as long as possible ensures your score is going to go up. But I actually went and learned the specifics of what targets activate which features on the table. Like lighting up all those lights on the left tunnel, that made the seals bounce the balls on their noses, which they bounce it 20 times to get I forgot how many points for each. And then the tunnel on the right, if I get the ball through there, that'll activate the slot machine. The best result in the slot machine is to get the 3 penguins, so the slot machine's going. I have to hit that pink bumper going back and forth. Okay, so 7. You can either get a 3, a 7, or a penguin. So now that I have 1 7, I want to get 3 more 7s. But each time my ball bounces through the middle up there, it gives me another 1,000. And, okay. I restarted the slot machine spinning. Got 1 3. We got 2 3s. Am I going to get triple 3? Come on. I have to hit that pink bouncer to stop the 3 7 3, not quite. Okay. Wow. Now, in the NES version of this, because I'm playing the arcade version on the Switch, which is the version that comes to the online leaderboards, that hole in the upper table that I fell into, in the arcade version, it launches you down here, to the lower table. In the NES version, getting in that hole just spits you back out onto the upper table, and I didn't have my outlane stoppers going, so I lost my ball there. Hatching eggs and then collecting the chickens is what gives you the outlane stoppers on the lower table, as well as eventually, if you collect enough and you get purple chickens and collect those, that's when you get bubbles from Cuckoo Land will save your ball from you if it goes down the gutter. And this is, not that I'm not especially well versed in video pinball games, honestly. This is, well, the only real video pinball games I've played are the one that, whatever one came with Windows XP ages ago. Oh yeah, rescuing Pauline on the bonus screen. That minigame is here as well. I mean, it's just the thing with the Pauline minigame is half the, like, half the time when I get into the bonus game, it just spits my ball straight into a spot where my Mario and the paddle can't get there fast enough. And then the real challenge is keeping the ball in play while also rescuing Pauline once she falls from the, little cage on top of the screen. And, and if, my real, like, the first game of the day, I got, what did I get? Oh, shucks. And we lost the ball there. You get 1 bonus ball. There's no indicator that you're going to get it. And another thing I think is different about the scoring in this is that in this version, those zeros beneath my main score, that will, those are the points that I'll accumulate from playing the Pauline minigame, and it doesn't add those points to my main score till the end. And there's something very satisfying about watching my bonus points get added on to the main points. I guess, I mean, theoretically, the NES version's probably the one to play. Now, I'm probably gonna get a bonus ball for this. No, I'm not. Oh, maybe that was my bonus ball. Alright, so we're just gonna start fresh here. Yeah, the NES version's probably the more competitive one, just because it's been available to the public for so long, whereas this here is the first version that's been available. Well, the first officially authorized version that wasn't like MAME or something like that. If I did get... Okay, see, like, it is so easy to lose the ball in the first few seconds. Now, I don't know if in this version it seems like you get an extra 1,000... The graphics in the board on the Pauline minigame indicate that you get 1,000 points just for exiting the stage when your ball goes through one of the outlanes. Hey, thank you, Bubbles from Cuckoo Land, who I earned for hatching all those chickens down there. Yeah, I don't know. I have to check to see if the NES version awards you bonus points just for exiting the bonus stage. Because in the NES version, the graphics indicating 1,000 points in the outlanes for the bonus stage don't exist. So I don't know if you get the 1,000 points in the NES version, or if that's something new they added for the arcade edition. And yeah, there we go. But I have to say, like, I've been I feel physically better than I did the same time yesterday. So in 13 minutes, I'm gonna take my 6-minute break that I make myself take every hour and a half. But this time I'm doing it after an hour, because if I could do an hour and then 5 minutes, then I could. There were times where there was a good period where I was able to stream longer using my relatively frequent braking system. But then a few streams ago, it just started getting real crazy again. I was like, I have to do some experiments to see what it takes for me to stream longer safely without getting weird symptoms. Because I could sit in the same setup all day, not literally all day, but you know, but then to the equivalent period streaming, I'll have weird symptoms. So this time I'm testing the lights. And so far, I've felt better than I did the last couple of days I streamed. This is the first time I've streamed 3 days in a row, and this is the first time I've really allowed myself to do impromptu streams. So I'm doing a lot of experimental stuff lately. And we got the seals going. If I could get through that 1,000 point tunnel passage at the top, it tends to bounce off that 300 point bumper up there. I forgot it was either 301 point, but that mushroom bumper up there. I call them that because, you know, on a physical pinball table, those round those circles have like sort of a mushroom shape usually. I think that's what those are trying to represent. But we got an extra ball. We got to 100K. 107 is the halfway point too. Yeah, this is the first time I'm doing natural light, and frankly, I had a reading light that I softened with a paper shade that I just took a piece of paper, stapled it together, and used that as a shade, which worked great for softening the light. So this is the first time I'm doing it with no additional lights at all, and it's still daylight out, and I've tended to stream during daylight hours anyway. And Pete, you know how I used to, you remember the glasses I used to have to wear in high school just from being under those fluorescent lights for all those hours? And the secure, I won't go any further than that, but it's just like, I remember how, you know how I used to always have to wear those dark glasses that were special prescription? I haven't needed those, since a couple of years into college, and I never felt as bad as I did back when I was younger, like in high school and college, but hey, thank you, Bubbles. We bless you, little weird bubble fish thing that looks nothing like a fish. I recently found out Bubbles was called Gloopy in Japan and was supposed to be a male, but in the US version of Kukulan, they renamed them Bubbles and called them female. I don't know. I keep forgetting. What I need to do is to take a screenshot before the game over screen pops up, so that I could go through my gallery on my Nintendo Switch and just take all the scores I've gotten and make like a statistics sheet with, you know, my mean, median, and mode scores, and maybe do a box and whisker chart and all that. Because I'm genuinely interested in seeing stuff like that, seeing that data represented visually. And the ironic thing is that they wanted to say I was mathematically illiterate in college. Meanwhile, I'm like actually fascinated by numbers and math. I just couldn't really function the way a traditional math class is set up. Alright. So, if I can get 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Alright. I think I look good as a, you know, alright. Because, this webcam, I got this webcam right as there was that big rush to when everyone was rushing to get webcams so that they could do video conferencing and working from home stuff and schooling from home stuff. So I had to pay the price. This is what the 720p Logitech. I had to pay basically the price that I would have gotten for the HD version, for this version, well, the 1080p version, for the 720p version, but I didn't mind, because eventually, down the line, when I get a console cam, I could just use this as the console cam and use the fancier camera for my face cam. And it's not been a priority, because this camera works fine as it is. Now, I remember earlier on, when I'd have as the setup so that it was set up at more of an angle, so you could see the little table next to me that I keep my consoles on. Because that was convenient, because at least I could have the console in view, but then you couldn't see my face that great. And one day I was doing a stream where I was reading retro magazines, and I just wanted to have a closer view of my face, and I just liked the way that looked so much that I never bothered going back. Alright, get hatching chickens, alright. Yeah, I'm making all those weird noises. Okay, we got... Oh, almost got... Thank you, Bubbles. Now, I've had times where I was able to bounce the ball down against the side of the table so hard that it bounces back up through the gutter and back into play. Yeah, and there's no color correction or anything on like that I'm using because it just looks so fake to me. Even when I was using artificial lights, when I was doing the color correction, it just didn't look... It just looked fake, so I just stopped using it. Just like my very first stream when I was using that ridiculous virtual audio cable thing and using that filter on my mic. And then on I remember that on my very first stream, it like died on me like an hour in. And I was panicking, and you were like, just take that virtual audio cable nonsense off. Just use the regular mic. It sounds fine. And that's I had some people say that like once I had like the technical weirdo where my mic went out and I had to troubleshoot live. They said it like that was where the magic started, where I became more comfortable. And it sort of took me rattled me out of performance mode and just into just being myself. which looking back is kind of, I do definitely agree with that, but I have to say, for my very first stream, I'm kind of amazed by how well that went and how many technical problems I didn't have, especially considering I hadn't even upgraded my internet or anything at that point. And there we go. Okay, no, hold on. I'm gonna flip a few cards. I mean, ideally I should be aiming for hatching chickens before I go for the royal flush. But hey, we're back up here. Come on, give me. I just need the ace. Okay, we got the ace. Gotta get back up there. Nah, not happening. Yeah, I've had very, very slight symptoms, but like nothing, like something where if I wasn't specifically looking out for signs of, I don't know, fatigue or sitting too long or whatever, that I wouldn't have otherwise noticed for. I mean, and even those are, once again, things that I never experienced while sitting at this exact same setup, doing anything other than streaming. So another 5 minutes, I'm just gonna step away for 6 minutes, maybe do a half hour to an hour more. Let's see how I feel. I mean, there are other things I want to do today. It's just that I'm specifically just doing these short little streams these last few days, or to experiment with doing spur of the moment stuff, doing unscheduled streams, and really just trying to figure out, you know, just tweaking different things to find more ways I can be physically comfortable while I'm sitting here. You know, the right pattern of braking and the right pattern of taking the stretch breaks and all that. And bing. Yeah, got the screenshot there. So this, let's see if we can make this last game run through until my next break period is scheduled, which is going to be in 5 minutes. That's my first hour. I'm in my first hour playing right now. 7, 9, we're back down to 11. When you get 3 7s, 3 3s, or 3 penguins, they all give you different things. I think the best result, I think the most points is from getting the 3 penguins. Not happening. No. Okay. That's alright. And... we got the first card. And we got our king. Can we get... You're almost halfway... Almost halfway there. And... Oh, no. Nah, not happening. Got 2 out of 5. But really, getting the Royal Flush is... pretty much puts me on easy street because I don't have to worry about anything at that point, for the most part. I mean, I have to worry about the outlanes once I use both of the outlane stoppers. We got the ace, the king. We got the 10, and we're 3/5 of the way to the Royal Flush. And no, okay, that's good. That's good. And I think my progress on getting the Royal Flush will be saved once I come out of the Pauline minigame and go back to the lower table after however much time I spend on it. I mean, even if all I do, even if the ball leaves play almost instantly before I could even work on rescuing Pauline, at least I'm gonna get the 1,000 points and get launched to the upper table. Getting launched to the upper table is always a good thing because as long as you're playing up here, there's no chance of losing a ball. But there aren't quite as many opportunities to lose points. Okay, so there's a 100-point mushroom bumper at the middle. And these were 300. So you can score more points quicker down here, but you're at a higher risk of losing the ball. Well, you're at risk of losing the ball, whereas on the upper table you can't lose the ball. Now, for hatching all those eggs, I've activated my outlane stoppers. And like I said, I did save the progress for my cards, so... And I did not take that screenshot in time, but... Okay, so 2 minutes to go. I mean, if this game doesn't last through to the timer going off, then that's a little embarrassing. But we'll see how close we can get. And launch. Hey, you know, king. We're playing cards now. That was a nice, smooth toss at the top. You got the jack. You got the 10. You just gotta get the... Okay, thank you. You gotta hatch some more eggs to get our stop attack. You got the ace. It's always... so many times it's always come down to getting the queen. No! Okay. It's such a... I'm like, no! Oh well. And that's one thing I do like about this. You have so... It's so dependent on skill, yet there's only so much control you have, so it kind of takes the stress out of it, in a sense. Where it's like, I could influence where the ball goes, and I can aim for things, but there's only so much I can do. So I don't feel as bad when I lose, I guess. And plus, it's so low stakes. If you lose, you just jump right back in. It's not like a speed run where you could be hours into it, and then you lose it to something silly happening. So, so this is the only sort of challenge grinding type thing I've done so far. I know my first foray into not really speedrunning, but there was a Castlevania track in Konami Crazy Racers for the GTA that I needed for a license, and I spent a good half-hour grinding that track so I can get the license, and just watching myself improve. It is very satisfying watching that improvement. Here the satisfaction is very primal, because it's just seeing a number go up, so you can't get much more primal than that. Just seeing the number increase as you get further and further along. Alright. Yeah, I'll play the rest of this last ball and then do my break. Because on one hand, I enjoy playing this. I'd want to do other things, but I do want to go for another 40 minutes to an hour. Oh, you think these are fun? Alright. And see how I feel, because I'm basically just testing how I feel after 2 hours, or throughout the 2 hours, based on different things I've been tweaking. Okay, I will be back in. Hold on. Where's my? Here it is. Here it is. And especially when it has an online leaderboard. All right, so I will be back in. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and I just have to set my snap timer. No, I have to set it for 6. Alright, so I will be back. Alright, how long has it been sitting on 0? Because I thought... What I normally do is I have a timer that's set to go off a minute before the timer that the public is seeing goes off. Specifically so I have a minute to get back to the game. But I apparently didn't set... Probably I accidentally set them at the same time, so they both... That's not a problem. That's not something I've done for a long time, actually. 60. And we'll... You know, it's interesting, you're saying... I actually do have a timer. Here we go. Yeah, this is a... Not everyone... This is a $60 timer from a disability supplies catalog that I actually forgot to set this time. I usually do set it, but it's... The cool thing about it is that it has a vibrate mode for it and an auto repeat. So it just vibrates every like 6 minutes or so. I usually set it for like 6 or 7 minutes to remind me to take a swig. Or else my throat will remind me when it's so dry that I'm like coughing up dust. Because I think even probably 10 minutes might be a little too long, considering how much I run my mouth, as you said. And yeah, there are other things I want to do, but I'll whisper. I got mine from a disability supply catalog that I get those because of all the services I got back in school. But you could probably find similar ones online somewhere. Those are not cheap. They're like $70. They have all kinds of... They have repeat features. You could just between beep and vibrate with different loudness for the beeping and the vibrating. You could have the repeat on or off. It has a belt clip, and when I'm out on the street, I actually have it on my belt, and it's ridiculous because it looks like a pager from the 1990s, and I think they're actually using old pager shells to, Mine is called Invisible Clock 2. If you googled that, you'd probably get the result. It's like upwards of 50. It's between like $50 and $60 or something absurd like that. It's probably not that much. Anything over $30 is just an abstraction to me in terms of expense. I count to like 10, 20, 30, a million pretty much in terms of money. So it's not like a cheap kitchen timer you could just get from the store. It's meant for reminding people to do things silently, like take medication or other types of personal health things, which is why I have a couple of them. Then I also have a bunch of just plain old like egg timers from the dollar store. And come on, can we get to... I mean, this is my first game. I mean, I was... On one hand, for a while I was thinking, if I don't get to 50,000 in my first ball, I might as well reset. But then I'd be denying myself of all the data that I'd get if I took all my complete scores and averaged them out. So I decided to just go ahead, because if nothing else, it's free practice. Hey, I'll see you around. I'm only going to be on for another hour or so later. But yeah, thanks for dropping by, and thanks for the advice. If you're on later or tomorrow, whenever, hopefully I can actually drop in, because Horror Month's always a blast with you. Okay, we got the... Come on. Oh, we got the first card. And... No, we're not... That wasn't such a hot round, but whatever. I'll just start over. And we get to... Okay, first 500. And we've broken 1,000. Oh, we got the king. Oh, no other cards. We could have got a few cards from one. We got 1/5 away, 2/5, and 3/5. Oh, shucks. Okay, Jack. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, no. Okay. I'm not quite getting enough momentum to get the ball to roll over and start getting some ricochets going on. And yeah, this is not going to be the hottest match. You're not even going to get to 50,000 probably. But hey, you can I have at least 2 balls probably. This ball and probably a bonus ball. So I'm not so worried about. Yeah, I could still get a lot done with just one more ball. And I've got the outlane stoppers activated. 34, 37, 38, 38, 40, 41,000, 50,000. So we're 47, 48, 49. So we're probably we got 50,000. So not the hottest game. At least we got 50,000. But you never know. I could go in the zone at any moment and end up scoring another 150,000 points, which is around what I need to approach PB territory. We've got we got the ace. If we can get the queen and get the royal, not happening. Oh, we got an extra ball. At least we got the extra ball. And 500. I always try to get that 1,000 coming out of the launch tunnel, but I typically end up getting the 500. And oh, okay. Okay, we're gonna restart. Let's go for it. 720. 47, 60, 70, 80, 100,000. Okay. 100,000 and 3/5 of the way to getting the royal flush. We're still on the first ball. I spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Oh well. Let's go for... Come on, 1,000. And plus, when it goes through 1,000, it typically tends to bounce off the 100-point bumper and send it right straight back through the 1,000-point gate directly above it. Oh, bonus to it. And no, you got the 1,000 now, and we're back on the upper table. Okay, 300. Got the 10. Yeah, okay, now we're in some... Okay, I got the ace. Get some good... I don't know, the tendency of the ball is to roll to the left or right rather than the center, it seems. At least that's what's been happening to me lately. Now, the sun is kind of setting in my region, so it may or may not... The lighting may be getting progressively worse. But so far, I've definitely felt a lot better. Because yesterday I started to do a 2-hour stream, didn't think it would be a big deal. That first hour, it was already so intense. Now, if my internet, that's another problem I've been having lately, is with my internet. I don't think I'm at a point where there's much I could do. If it cuts out at all, I'm going to just cut my losses and end the stream. So if the stream abruptly ends, that's why. Back up to thank you, outline stoppers. Always a good thing to have going for moments exactly like that. And 10, 10, 10. And no, we want to get 10. Only one card. We just gotta get that ace, and we have royal flush with our last ball. And oh, yeah, royal flush, baby. I mean, we may. this may be our last ball, but hey, Royal Flush, I'll take it. Let's see how... We could probably redeem ourselves and get a score resembling what we might have gotten if we got Royal Flush with the first ball of this match. And I noticed how I never really noticed before, but it turns pink when the bumpers are on. And I'm guessing it turned into a pink gumball. Oh no. Alright, so not that high. But we got a bonus ball for it. To launch. 96. 90. Oh, 100K. So this 100K is the threshold where I'm like at least considered acceptable. We're not acceptable, respectable. And alright. Okay, let's keep moving. And 56. 58. Yeah, that was... Got the queen, which is often the hardest one to get. I just waited. I saw the ball roll down the flipper. I'm like, let me wait till it's the very tip and launch it and try to get up top. And I did exactly... One of those moments where I really felt like I was in control of the ball. Yeah, I got the ball back into play. That was scary for a second. I thought I was going to lose it. And I did lose it, so, oh well. Oh no, it's one ball left. And not happening. There was a little hope for a second, but... Okay, last ball. Well, I think I have bonus ball still coming. Okay, 100. Yeah, if I still have a bonus score, I definitely didn't get my bonus ball yet. Yeah, that's a way I could tell whether or not. Well, I have to assume that I'm going to get. Well, any game where I have bonus score stocked up, no, I'll know that I didn't get my extra ball yet. Three. Now back down to the lower table. There we go. Ace. Yeah, I really didn't... Yeah, I'm guessing that the mushroom bumper in the upper table is only 100 points to 300 because I guess that offsets the fact that on the upper table you have no risk of losing the ball. Oh, almost activated the seals, but not quite. And, oh, here we go. Gotta save Pauline and keep the ball. Yes, thank you. First, when getting a bonus match and bonus round with the first ball is always a good feeling. I would have liked it to go on a little longer. End up getting right back to the bottom table. Hey. I like how they give the ball a bit of a mind of its own, where it has its own little... I'm guessing there's something rotating about it, where the way the ball's going to act in different given moments sort of is semi-randomized. And so it can move a bit on its own, as long as there's not too much of a space. Okay. And... Yeah, I love that move where he bounces it on the bottom of the plate. And I think I do have a ball save stored right now. Oh, come on, not even... just enough momentum to bounce it off that top area. And we're gonna grab that chicken. There we go. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Bounce. No, not quite. Tried to bounce it. Tried to fling it back up there. It didn't quite work out. We're still on the first ball after all this time. So, 40,000. Can we get... No, thank you, Bubbles. Yeah, Bubbles is a good opportunity to grab a little swig of water. And we're going to launch. I almost had enough momentum to get over into the bonus round from there. Because the bonus round hole, it really is generous about sort of gravitating your ball towards it. Let's see what happens. 8, 9. I forgot if we got my bonus ball yet or not. We still have another ball to go, so this could be a 100,000 point game. Launch down. Oh, come on. Almost got me. That did not go well. That was for getting 3 penguins in the slot machine, I believe. I'll have to look back on the VOD to see exactly what happened, but I do believe... I mean, right now... I have effectively 2 out lanes right now. But, there's no out lane stoppers here. Like, that hole on the right will eject me to the... Either the hole on the right or the tunnel on the left will eject me to the bottom table. But right now, I'm free to score as many points as I can manage. And the nice thing about having the bumper... Ah, shucks. Having the outlane stopper is I can allow the ball to sit at the bottom, and I can make very methodical shots at trying to hit specific targets. So I have I've done a lot of moves with the ball moving at very low speed during times where I've had the stopper active. Unfortunately, there's no equivalent to an outlane blocker up here, which I guess is fair enough, because there's no chance of you losing a ball here anyway. You can only lose a ball on the lower table. Lower table, here we come. Come on, give me some. Give me that ace. And we lost the ball. At least we made it to 50k for now. I just have to go straight down the chute. You can't win all. This is a game where I really do feel like restarting, so I guess I will. I missed the chicken. No, not happening. No. 500? No. Not happening. Not a single card flipped. The best feeling is when I can manage to get my score down on the bonus stage, my saved up score, higher than the actual current score. It makes me feel like alright, whatever happens next, I'm definitely going to do this for a while. 500, 600. Now the bumper on the left, that, if I hit that, I'll get 600, and then I'll roll up to a higher number, or it'll roll back down to 100. Just getting all those lights on the rectangle, that's what made the seals start going. I keep forgetting those seals are there until it's time for them to start bouncing the ball back and forth. But I believe I guess I had to have gotten 3 penguins last time I got the stopper up on the upper table. Now, so from getting all those purple chickens, I probably do have a ball save line up for me. And this is my first ball, so I'm okay. Thank you. So I was right. I did have a ball save in reserve. Very low speed, incredibly low speed, actually. Oh, right between the flippers that I couldn't even see. If I wiggled my left flipper a bit, I wonder if I could have gotten that ball back into play. Not in play, I might as well take advantage and take a swig of water. If you let it sit there too long, the game eventually will launch automatically. No. And 37. Okay. 41. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Almost got 50,000 just bouncing off that one. Hey, 50. If I can keep this going for a while, that action on top is really satisfying, gives you a lot of points. And even though you have no control over that component, once it gets going up there, it sometimes likes to keep bouncing off that top mushroom, 100-point mushroom bumper, giving you points as it bounces directly up repeatedly into. I figured I had another ball save going, but alright. Got 3/5 the way there. If I could get a royal flush. If I can get a royal flush in this game. No. Oh, double. Okay, we got one more ball. We got rewarded a bonus ball. So let's see how far this can take us. We're definitely gonna get 100K. Well, yeah. Almost got into the bonus round. Jack. Come on. Head to the top. Yeah. Oh, right into the out lane. At least we got 100,000. I'm just thinking about this software. It's so tantalizingly, like playing using the broadcast software, like the feed from my capture card, is so tantalizingly close to being something I could viably do. Just the delay, that only a frame or two difference, like there's no way I can keep up with that. No way. Well, by the time even though that's time delay, by the time I react to it, it's just too soon. It's gone. Alright, I'm probably, I think I'm gonna play another. I'm satisfied with the results of this experiment so far, but I'm just gonna give it another 10 minutes and call it. Alright. 50k and I'm already down one ball loss. It isn't the best game in the world, but there we go. Just managed to actually use that technique to wiggle the ball back into play. It's tickling the sides of the ball, hoping it ricochets to the other, but then force to send it back into play. Or you can have bubbles do it for us. Yeah, this isn't a great session, but having it go a little longer is never a problem. Because if nothing else, that's just that much more practice. So that'll be an hour and 40 minutes of gameplay time, plus like a 6 or 7 minute break in the middle. And I feel things, but it's not something that would stop me from streaming. And plus I have done a lot of stuff today, so I'm a bit more drowsy than I typically be while streaming it around this time. Oh, back into the bonus room. And it didn't last long. At least we got the extra 1,000. It's almost November already, doggone. I have to remember, there's some equipment I may need. I don't know if I'll be able, I have a unique idea for a Thanksgiving Day stream, but I'd only be able to do it. I have to figure out certain video solutions, and I'm not exactly sure how to go about doing it. I have to remember to look this up. Once I end the stream, I'm going to have to remember to look that kind of stuff up and see what I can find out. Yeah, because there are just a lot of different ideas I have. I really should have been done the homework this a while ago, like that DOS game I want to stream I was mentioning earlier. I'll do that. I'm gonna have to do it using the monitor that I have the broadcast software over, which is something I've never really done before. I tried using my this beat up old laptop that's on its last legs to do it. Because it does have HDMI out, and I ran it through the video card, and it just doesn't want to, like, capture it good, I guess. Actually, let me try. As soon as I unplug this, I'm going to plug it in again and see what even happens. Because maybe it will work, I don't know. Straight into the hole. No, not happening. And launch back down here. Come on, give me some cards at least. If you're gonna spin that, got the king. No, just the king. The rest of the world family is still in hiding. Oh, bonus round again. And we get a Pauline save in this bonus round. This is my second ball. No, not happening. Not happening this time. But I am back up on the upper level, which is never a bad thing. Sometimes, occasionally, it's not what I wanted or what I was aiming for, but even so, it's never a bad thing to be in a part of the board where I could just score points with no fear of losing a ball like that. So this is our last regular ball, and we get our bonus ball after this. Down it goes. Down it goes. Get a few more, we can get some. If we start hatching purple chickens, we can possibly get a ball rescue lined up. The next 3 chickens I hatch should be purple ones, if I'm correct in how this game works. And it must be the one after this set. Oh, okay. Right now, this is as good as getting a free ball to me. And I should have, my progress on flipping cards should be saved when I get down to the bottom table again, whatever that may happen. Okay, 500, 100, 100. I don't know how many points you get for hitting the pink bumper. Oh, almost turned off all the lights on the side there. Not quite that. And, come on. Ace, we're only 1 card away from Royal Flush. We got purple chickens going. Royal Flush, come on. No, not happening now. Okay, we got the ball rescue. This ball rescue could get us the Royal Flush, because we're going to be right in between the 300-point mushrooms. And... oh, come on. Oh, yeah, Royal Flush, baby. We're going to get at least 100k now. Oh, I didn't want to use a bumper so soon. Oh, bonus stage. I should still have my Royal Flush things going on the bottom screen. Unless I don't. Yeah, I did want to stay on that lower screen for as long as possible. And our... oh, that's lame. It gives us... our cards are still flipped over. But it's not... it doesn't give us the outlane stopper. The gutter stopper. I like the sound on the... alright, at least we got 100k. I was all with 1 extra bonus ball. Imagine if I did that good with the first ball. That would be insane. Oh, wait. That wasn't... I got another extra ball? Okay. This will be our last ball of the day, because the timer's almost out, and I do want to get on to other things, as much fun as I'm having doing this. This was just pretty much an impromptu test using natural lighting, which, at this point, the sun is setting, so that's kind of going away now. But in general, I did feel a lot better streaming like this. So, next time I do a proper stream, next Friday, I'll look into seeing if I could do it earlier in the day so we could have some good daylight. No, and that's it. Alright, so thanks for joining me for Pinball High Speed Runs. Didn't improve anything this time, but I definitely got a lot of practice in, and the stream definitely served its purpose in doing yet another impromptu, unscheduled stream, and seeing how I felt physically using natural lighting, and I did feel much better than I did yesterday or the day before, so, so I've really accomplished my goals for this stream. So thank you very much for watching.